Viewers, now let's shift our focus to the security forces who have arrested 2 terror associates and recovered arms and ammunition, including 2 AK-47 rifles in the lower Munda area of Kazigund in South Kashmir's Kulgam district. The arrests were made during a Naka checking at Gulab Bagh near Lower Munda. The recovered items include 2 AK-47 rifles, 4 magazines and some rounds. The arrested individuals have been identified as Manzoor Ahmad Bhatt and Altaf Ahmad Loon, both residents of Kulgam district. According to the police, the accused were acting on the directions of Pakistani handler Hamza Bhai and were planning to carry out terror activities in the area. A case has been registered and further investigations are underway. The police have stated that the arrested individuals are overground workers of the TRF LET outfit. The recovery of arms and ammunition has prevented potential terror activities in the region. In fact, the police are continuing their investigation to uncover more details about the terror network. A major breaking news coming in this morning from Jammu and Kashmir, where the security forces have arrested 2 terror associates and recovered arms and ammunition, including 2 AK-47 rifles in the lower Munda area of Kazigund in South Kashmir's Kulgam district. Viewers, I'm joined live by my colleague Zeenat. Zeenat, take us through what happened in terms of the arrest. What details do we have so far? Who are these 2 individuals and what is the arms and ammunition that has been recovered so far?
See, it is the Kulgam police. They have arrested 2 OGWs and they come from the TRF, which is the mouthpiece of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Both the OGWs are the local ones and the arms and ammunitions have been recovered. This action was taken yesterday. The arrests were made yesterday in the Kazigund area that falls in Kulgam district. These 2 terror associates have been identified as one is Altaf and the another one is Manzoor, and they both are the residents of Kazigund. When they were questioned, both the duo was questioned, they accepted certain crimes and also the recoveries from them were 2 AK-56 rifles, then 4 AK series magazines and also 79 live cartridges of AK series were recovered. The accused, as per the police, have been working on the directions of the Pakistani handler Hamza, and the police is in the process of carrying and they were in the process of carrying the terror activities in the area. Although the investigation is going on, but this is again coming at a time when we're seeing that Srinagar, Jammu is put on the high alert because of the Vande Bharat train, the first train that will run between Jammu and Kashmir, and it will connect you with the rest of the country. And all these railway tracks from South Kashmir to North Kashmir, they have been doing, the police and other people are doing the mock drills. So a lot of alertness is on ground. And in the meanwhile, the 2 OGWs have been arrested and they were in the possession of arms and ammunition. That also includes the 2 AK-56 rifles.
Thank you, Zeenat, for those details. Coming in on the Kulgam district area where 2 terror associates have been arrested and arms and ammunition, which include 2 AK-47 rifles, have also been recovered by the security forces. Now let's shift our focus to Sopore, where a single-story residential building was attacked by the police under the UAPA attack. In fact, this measure marks a significant step in the investigation into unlawful and subversive activities in the area. It underscores Sopore Police's commitment to countering threats to national security and ensuring peace and stability. A major development coming this morning from Sopore, where the police have attached a single-story residential house along with 16 marlas of land in estate Nopora Kalan Sopore, which belongs to a certain Mohammed Subhan Khan under Section 25 of UAPA. This measure marks a significant step in the investigation into unlawful and subversive activities in the area. It underscores Sopore Police's commitment to countering threats to national security and ensuring peace and stability. Viewers, We have my colleague Gursimran joining us live. Gursimran, help us understand what is this attachment of the residential building in Sopore all about under the EOAPA Act particularly?
See, this action has been done by the Kashmir Zone Police under the Section 25 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1967 because this terror associate Mohammed Subhan Khan was linked with the terror groups and has been providing a base for the terror organizations to operate in the North Kashmir area. And based on the evidences and the action that the Jammu and Kashmir Police has now carried out, there has been an attachment of the properties that includes a single story residential house which is in a 16 Marla land. This has been done after the due process was followed by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Important to mention that these terror associates or the overground workers act as an oxygen system for the terror groups to survive in Kashmir Valley, and there has been for the last couple of months we have seen intensified crackdown on the overground workers and their properties so that these assets cannot be used for terror financing because there have been multiple instances of same nature, and that is why this property has been attached by the Sopore police as part of a major crackdown on the terror ecosystem.
Thank you, Gursimran, for those details coming in live. In fact, we're also getting reactions, viewers. Let's take a look.
अप्रैल 2024 में सोपोर के नौपरा इलाके में जॉइंट सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का ऑपरेशन हुआ था. उस ऑपरेशन में 2 पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारे गए थे. उस वक्त उस पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट को इस हाउस ओनर ने जगह दिया था. उस हाउस ओनर का रेजिडेंशियल हाउस और 16 मरला लैंड आज अटैच किया गया. तो आज इस कार्रवाई सोपोर पुलिस टीम और जैशन दोनों मिला के करवाएगी.
Viewers, hours after Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as the CM of Maharashtra, with Deputy CMs being Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde, we get information that the first task as CM he has helped monetarily with a family based out of Pune. Here's a special report. Take a look.
मी देवेंद्र सरिता गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
After more than 10 days of suspense, Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as Chief Minister of Maharashtra on Thursday evening. Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, whose stellar returns in last month's election boosted the Mahayuti alliance to a thumping win, were sworn in as Deputy Chief Ministers. Shortly after taking their oaths, all 3 paid floral tributes to Maratha icon Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Dr. Ambedkar at Mantralay. Followed by Fadnavis signing his first file as the new Chief Minister, a medical assistant check. In his first remark after taking charge, CM Fadnavis outlined his vision for the state.
पिछले पूरे साल में हमको जितना एफडीआई मिला उसका 90% एफडीआई 6 महीने में मिल गया. तो आप समझ सकते हो कि कितना इनफ्लो इंडस्ट्री का आ रहा है, और जल्दी ही कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज की घोषणा मैं करूंगा. मेरी बातचीत अंतिम चरण में है कि जिनको महाराष्ट्र को पाकर, उन इंडस्ट्रीज को पाकर बहुत महाराष्ट्र को खुशी होगी, ऐसी कई इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ मेरी चर्चा अंतिम चरण में है.
A special session has been called by CM Fadnavis on December 7. All legislators will take their oaths on that day. It must be noted that in his 3rd term, Fadnavis is seizing the reins when there's a huge debt on the exchequer. As Chief Minister, he will also have to find a solution to the demands for Maratha reservations. As if these challenges were not enough, Fadnavis will have to run the government along with 2 ambitious allies. Meanwhile, with a strong mandate in favor of the Mahayuti alliance, expectations from the government are sky high.
Viewers, now let's shift our focus to Punjab, where Naren Singh Chora, who's been accused of attempting to shoot the Shiromani Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Singh Badal, serving penance at the Golden Temple, has now been sent to 3 days of police custody. In fact, Republic confronted the shooter. Here's a report. Take a look.
Naren Singh Chora, the man who attempted to kill former Punjab CM Sukhbir Singh Badal, has been sent to police custody. Chora, a Khalistani sympathizer, was sent to a 3-day police custody. Republic confronted the Khalistani sympathizer. Take a look.
नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, किसके कहने पे आपने ये अटैक किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, किसके कहने पे आपने ये अटैक किया?
Republic also spoke to Chora's lawyer. Listen in.
That is a scripted story. I think one day before the occurrence, all the houses, 2 houses of the accused has been searched, and then the articles, CCTV cameras, and all DVRs and other articles has been seized. We have moved an application before the learned ACGM, and for
Searched by whom?
same.
Searched by whom? Which unit?
The police has searched.
Which division?
Seized. I think it is Gurdaspur, Batala district.
How many days remand police has asked for in this case?
7 days. They asked for 7 days, but
And how many days?
granted for 3 days.
So at this point in time, what was the merit of the case, or on what ground basically the remand has given?
Basically, it was not an attempt. It was just whatever. It was not. They are saying what is the mensria. We till date we are not aware about the mensria. Because of that, we need remand. But since the last 24 hours, if the police did not get the mensria, then what would be the next investigation?
You must have spoken to Mr. Chora. What did he say? Why did he attack Mr. Sukhbir Singh Badal?
No, he has not.
His lawyer.
No, he has not disclosed anything.
He hasn't said anything.
No, he has.
There must be some motive behind it. You are his lawyer.
There is no motive.
Then why did he attack?
There might be some grudge of
Kind of grudge.
sacrilege, whatever the things has been whatever the things has been done by the Sukhbir Singh Badal against the Sikh community and against the Guru Granth Sahib and all that, whatever he has been confessed. I think he was not happy with the punishment which has been given by the SGPC or by the Akal Takht, and because of that, that's why
Is that the personal motive, or is there any larger conspiracy behind it?
there is no conspiracy. There is only, I think there is only thoughts of that person, individual thoughts of. There is no conspiracy.
Meanwhile, speaking to Republic, ACP Jaspal Singh shared the investigation into the case so far.
Right, I'm joined by senior officer from Punjab Police, Mr. Jaspal Singh. How many demands, days you have asked for the police, from the judge?
We are obtaining 3 days full remand of Narayan Singh Chowda.
Initially, how many days you have asked? You have got 3 days remand.
Yes, we are obtaining 3-day remands.
Right. And what was the motive behind it? Did he say anything during the interrogation?
Development of investigation is telling you later on.
How far the investigation has reached?
Senior officers briefed you about investigation.
On the other hand, Akali leader Bikram Singh Majithia questioned police and the AAP government.
जिस सूबे में एक बड़ा खिलाड़ी कबड्डी का संदीप नंगल अंबिया को मार दिया गया हो, जिस सूबे में पुलिस के हेडक्वार्टर में, पुलिस के थाने में अटैक हो रहा है, जिस सूबे में रोज फरहती ली जा रही है, आप समझते हो कि पुलिस को हाथ में कुछ है, सोई पड़ी है.
It must be remembered that on Wednesday, Sukhbir Singh Badal escaped the assassination bid when he was serving penance at the Golden Temple.
Viewers, now let's turn our focus to Delhi, where the air quality has now improved below the 300 mark since November 30th. The Supreme Court has now allowed the relaxation of GRAP 4 restrictions that were imposed in Delhi. In fact, the Apex Court said that the Commission for Air Quality Management can go below up to GRAP Stage 2 measures. Watch this report for all the details.
As Delhi's air quality improves, the Supreme Court on Thursday relaxed anti-pollution measures. The Apex Court allowed Graded Response Action Plan measures to be relaxed from Stage 4 to Stage 2. GRAP 2 involves less stringent curbs such as ban on the use of coal and firewood in industries. On Thursday, the Central Pollution Control Board categorized air quality in New Delhi as moderate with a reading of 165. However, the court also told the CAQM that Stage 3 curbs would be introduced if AQI crossed the 350 mark and Stage 4 curbs if AQI crossed 400. Stages 3 and 4 of GRAP entail a ban on the entry of trucks carrying non-essential goods unless run on CNG or LNG. Diesel-powered medium and heavy goods vehicles are prohibited except for essential services. Non-essential light commercial vehicles from outside Delhi are also restricted under GRAP stages 3 and 4. All construction and demolition activities, including public infrastructure projects like highways, flyovers and pipelines, are also banned. Hours after the Supreme Court permitted the relaxation of GRAP stage 4 restrictions, the Commission for Air Quality Management revoked stages 4 and 3 of GRAP in NCR.
Here's a group of 101 farmers are all set to march to Delhi. Now this despite the prohibitory orders. A group of 101 farmers are set to begin a foot march to Delhi from the Shambhu border protest site at 1 p.m. today. Now, farmer leader Sarwan Singh Pandher had announced this yesterday. The Ambala District Administration on Wednesday had urged the farmers to reconsider their march and wait for permission from the Delhi police. It also has invoked Section 163 of the Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, prohibiting gatherings of 5 or more people, essentially in the district. Meanwhile, addressing a press conference at the Shambhu border yesterday, farmer leader Sarwan Singh Pandher reiterated the plans for the march to Delhi. We're also getting in reactions with the protest that is expected to start today. Let's listen in.
रवाना होगा जो निर्णय लिए गए हैं, आशा करेंगे सरकार सुखद संदेश दे। जिस तरह से आगे की ओर बैरिकेडिंग हो रही है, ऐसा लगता है कि ये हमारे देश के 2 राज्यों की सरहद ना होके ये इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर बन गया है और वो दरिया घग्गर के ऊपर भी बैरिकेडिंग कर रहे हैं। यहाँ शंभू से हमने आगे बढ़ना था, खनौरी से तो नहीं बढ़ना था। खनौरी के ऊपर भी पुलिस आगे जाकर वहां रोड की मिट्टी साफ करते हुए नजर आ रही है। तो हरियाणा के बहुत सारे किसान लीडरों के घरों के ऊपर जो है नोटिस चिपकाए जा रहे हैं और वो ड्रोन से ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं, अर्धसैनिक फोर्स आ रहे हैं, ड्रिलिंग की जा रही है, वाटर कैनन की ट्रेनिंग की जा रही है। सब बात तो ये सब संकेत हैं। पूरा दुनिया देखेगी भी भारत इतनी बड़ी महाशक्ति जो है 101 लोगों के ऊपर किस तरह से तशद्दुद कर रही है। हम तो भगवान से ये दुआ करेंगे कि मत बख्शे हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री को, इसका कोई सुखद संदेश हमें आए।
जब श्री गुरु तेग बहादुर जी का 350 साला शहीदी पर्व है, जब श्री गुरु तेग बहादुर जी ने इस देश की मानवता को, इस देश की एकता अखंडता को बचाने के लिए दिल्ली के चांदनी चौक के अंदर अपने शहीदी दी सी भाई मतीदास, भाई सतीदास और भाई दयाला जी के साथ। वो इस देश की मानवता को बचाने के लिए, एकता अखंडता को बचाने के लिए उन्होंने कुर्बानी दी थी। ऐसे ही हमारा मरजीवड़ों का जत्था, देश की जनता शायद ये पंजाबी का शब्द है ना समझ पाए, हम आपको बताएंगे। मरजीवड़ा शब्द वो है कि जो अपने को मरने के लिए प्रस्तुत करता है, मारने के लिए नहीं। हम पीसफुली खाली हाथ शांतमय ढंग से दिल्ली की सरकार को ये बताना चाहेंगे कि अगर हमारे को मारकर इस देश की किसानी बचती है तो हम अपने को मरने के लिए प्रस्तुत करेंगे।
Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Piyush, who's joining us live in this morning. Piyush, help us understand really what are the demands of the farmers who are all set to head towards Delhi today.
So yes, good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers who are viewing us at the moment. And as those who have been following the farmers' protest for a long time do understand that from February onwards, 2 farmer unions, mainly the Samyukt Kisan Union and the Kisan Mazdoor Ekta Union, which are being led by Pandher and Dalewal, these 2 unions are been holding protest for trying to get the minimum support price decided. And on this front only today, there is going to be a walking protest march that is going to be organized from Shambhu border to Ambala then to Delhi. Now, we have been reporting from the Shambhu border, and as of now, you see that from Haryana side at least, there is barricading. However, there is not much of security. From Punjab side, today the congregation of farmers is going to begin, and we expect that from around 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock, the protest march might start. It is very important to note, however, that the Haryana administration has already denied the farmers to move ahead to Delhi because they have cited that this may cause law and order issue, and this has again resulted in a kind of showdown between the farmers and the government machinery, in which the farmers have once again mentioned that how their rights of peaceful protest march is being denied and how they are being maligned. However, the government machinery has claimed that it is all being done in order to make sure that law and order is maintained. So very interesting to see that what is going to be the course of the day where the farmers are committed to commit this protest march. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Piyush, for those details. Coming in as the protest march by the farmers will begin today, and they're planning to head towards Delhi. Now let's turn our focus to Telangana, where CM Revant Reddy, while speaking about environmental issues being faced by people in major Indian cities, said that Hyderabad is in a good condition and Calcutta would come first if it were to compete for the world's garbage city. Watch this report.
Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy, in his remarks, said that Kolkata would come first if it competes for world's garbage city. Reddy made the remarks as he boosted living conditions in Hyderabad. He also listed out environmental issues being faced by the people in other major cities, including Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai and Bengaluru.
Delhi nagaram meer chustunar TV lala paper lala vayu kalusham perigipoyi shabda kalusham perigipoyi Delhi nagaraniki selevu ichchinu. పాఠశాలల పిల్లలు బడికి పోయే పరిస్థితి లేదు. ఇంటికాడ ఆన్లైన్లో చదవమంటారు. ఉద్యోగస్తులు ఆఫీసులకు పోయే పరిస్థితి లేదు. పార్లమెంటు జరిగే పరిస్థితి లేదు. నిన్నగాక మొన్న నితిన్ గడ్కరీ గారు సెంట్రల్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ మినిస్టర్ స్పష్టంగా చెప్పిండు, ఢిల్లీకి వస్తే నా ఆరోగ్యం దెబ్బతింటుంది, నేను ఢిల్లీకి రానని ఒక కేంద్ర మంత్రి చెప్పిండంటే ఈరోజు ఢిల్లీ దేశ రాజధానిలో ఉన్న పరిస్థితులు కాలుష్యాన్ని ఒక్కసారి అంచనా వెయ్యండి అని చెప్పి. బెంగళూరులో ట్రాఫిక్ జాములు మీరు చూశారు. చెన్నైలో వర్షాలు వస్తే పడవల్లో తిరిగే పరిస్థితి మీరు చూశారు. ముంబైలో కొట్టుకుపోతున్న పరిస్థితులు మీరు చూస్తున్నారు. కలకత్తా గురించి నేను చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరమే లేదు. ప్రపంచంలో చెత్త నగరం కింద పోటీ పడితే కలకత్తా ఫస్ట్ వచ్చేటట్టు ఉన్నది. ఈ మహానగరాలలో 6 నగరాలు ఉంటే ఢిల్లీ, ముంబై, చెన్నై, కలకత్తా, బెంగళూరు, హైదరాబాద్ మన ఒక్కరమే కాస్తో కూస్తో బాగున్నాం.
He further said that Bengaluru is marred by traffic jams and rains lead to flood-like situations in Chennai and Mumbai, where people are forced to roam in boats.
Taking India's solar ambitions, ISRO, that's your International Indian Space Research Organization, with collaboration with the European Space, has launched the Proba 3 satellite into the Earth's orbit. That is, this groundbreaking mission is a collaboration between ISRO and the European Space Agency. Watch the report for all the details.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
ISRO space mission for the European Space Agency, the Proba 3 spacecraft, lifted off from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. The mission has employed 2 high-tech satellites on India's PSLV C-59 launch vehicle to study Sun's corona like never before. The PSLV C-59 is carrying 2 ESA satellites, with each weighing approximately 550 kgs. The 2 satellites will demonstrate precise formation flying, which means that after launch they will separate and fly in a coordinated manner. Developed at an estimated cost of 200 million euros, Proba 3 aims to study the sun's corona at an entirely new scale by creating an artificial eclipse. Observing the sun's corona has always been a challenge due to its high temperature, which makes it difficult for instruments to study it closely. As per the ESA, the Proba 3 mission's artificial eclipse will offer a remarkable 100-fold increase in study time. Studying the corona is crucial for scientists, as it is a source of all space weather and its associated turbulences, such as solar storms, solar winds, amongst others. The mission was initially supposed to be launched on the 4th of December, but was rescheduled minutes before liftoff by the ESA after an anomaly was detected in the satellite propulsion system. The Indian Space Research Organization's chairperson, Dr. S. Somnath, congratulated the country and the scientists on achieving this exemplary feat.
The PSLV C-59 Proba 3 mission is successfully accomplished. The spacecraft has been placed in the right orbit, which is a very highly elliptical orbit of almost 600 km perigee. That's the closest point to Earth, and 60,000 kilometers at its apogee, the farthest point. And an inclination of 59 degrees, it has been precisely achieved by PSLV in its 61st mission. So congratulations to the entire PSLV project team as well as for Proba team.
ISRO's role in launching the mission highlights India's reliable space launch facilities and its growing space capabilities. This is also an addition to India's rising reputation for cost-effective space missions.
Viewers, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Now, as France plunges into a political turmoil, French President Emmanuel Macron all set to announce a new Prime Minister in coming days. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the details.
"13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, Shinde and Ajit Pawar, the deputies. Focus now shifts to portfolio allocation. In his first decision as the Maharashtra CM, Fadnavis approves monetary help to a Pune family. Bangladesh set to wipe Mujibur Rahman's image of banknotes. New ones to feature July uprising. India, China hold diplomatic talks in Delhi. Review situation and border areas. Allu Arjun to be booked for stampede at the Pushpa 2 The Rule premiere that left fan dead. Her son critically injured. ICC reaches consensus to conduct next year's Champions Trophy in a hybrid model. Allows India to play its share of matches in Dubai. France has slipped into a political crisis after Parliament ousted French Prime Minister Michel Barnier. French Prime Minister has submitted his resignation, while he will still be in office until the new government is appointed. French President Macron is expected to announce the new Prime Minister Emmanuel Macron in upcoming days. Watch this report.
As France plunges into a political turmoil, French President Emmanuel Macron will announce a new Prime Minister in coming days.
C'est pourquoi je nommerai dans les prochains jours un Premier ministre. Je le chargerai de former un gouvernement d'intérêt général, représentant toutes les forces politiques d'un arc de gouvernement qui puisse y participer ou à tout le moins qui s'engage à ne pas le censurer. Le Premier ministre aura à mener ses consultations et former un gouvernement resserré à votre service. Sa priorité sera le budget.
After losing a vote of no confidence in National Assembly, French Prime Minister Michel Barnier submitted his resignation. Although he will remain in office as caretaker until a new government is appointed. A total of 331 out of 577 lawmakers voted against Barnier's fragile government, forcing him to step down. His removal followed his controversial 2025 budget proposal, which included austerity measures. Barnier argued that this was necessary to stabilize France's finances, but it triggered widespread condemnation. This is the first French government which was defeated in no confidence motion since 1962, making him France's shortest-serving Prime Minister. Choosing a successor will prove to be a delicate task for Macron, considering that he will have to appease lawmakers on both extremes of French politics. Meanwhile, French National Rally leader Marine Le Pen Barnier is the sole reason for his downfall.
I don't have any illusion that a new government will help. We have seen these past couple of years, Macron has only had nominated more and more right, even far-right ministers these past couple of years. So I don't think that a new government will change anything.
While French citizens took to the streets to protest proposed layoffs and budget cuts in the public sector, France is now hurtling towards the end of a volatile year with no prime minister or a budget.
In September 2014, 43 students went missing in Mexico. A decade later, families are still demanding for justice, while the authorities suspect the children have been killed. After two administrators, President Claudia Sheinbaum met with the relatives of these students. Here's a special report. Take a look.
A decade has gone by. Mystery behind sudden disappearance of 43 students from a rural teachers' college in Mexico still continues. While authorities believe these students have been killed, their families are still demanding for justice. Relatives of the 43 students held first meeting with recently appointed President Claudia Sheinbaum. President Sheinbaum vowed to reopen the investigation.
Se habló de una nueva metodología. Lo que la presidenta nos dice y coinciden los padres de familia es no entrar a esta polarización en la que veníamos. Si nos entrampamos en esa polarización, pues se va a romper el diálogo. Y la presidenta dice, bueno, yo no quiero que se rompa el diálogo, tampoco los padres. Queremos que se rompa el diálogo, entonces vamos a construir esta nueva ruta.
She also offered to rebuild dialogues with the grieving families, which was deteriorated during previous administrations. On September 26, 2014, students from Rural Normal School at Ayotzinapa known for radical activism, planned to steal buses for a protest. One drug cartel leader was arrested in 2015, but was later released in 2019, citing lack of evidence. 2 administrations later, what happened to these students and most importantly where they are still remains unknown.
Here's a quick roundup of the top international stories. First up, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for an end to fighting in Syria, as he highlighted the urgent need for immediate humanitarian access to civilians. Syrian insurgents entered the central city of Hama yesterday after days of intense clashes with government forces as they pushed forward with their week-long offensive that brought large parts of Syria under their control. The Syrian army said it has withdrawn from Hama after insurgents broke through its defenses. However, the army redeployed soon later. Guterres also called for all parties to engage seriously with Geir Pedersen, the US's special envoy for Syria.
We are seeing the bitter fruits of a chronic collective failure of previous de-escalation arrangements to produce a genuine nationwide ceasefire or a serious political process to implement Security Council resolutions.
Volunteers with the Syrian Civil Defense, a group also known as the White Helmets that operate in the rebel-held areas, are now cleaning up the debris and damage on the streets of Aleppo after insurgents captured the city from government forces over the weekend. The sudden capture of Aleppo was led by the jihadi group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, as well as an umbrella group of Turkish-backed Syrian militia called the Syrian National Army. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem, in a televised speech on Thursday, accused the United States and Israel of sponsoring aggression against Syria, pledging that Hezbollah would stand with the Syrian government to counter the offensive. Qassem did not specify whether Hezbollah would send fighters to join the Syrian army, but condemned over 60 Israeli violations of the recent ceasefire in Lebanon. The United States has said it is closely monitoring the unrest in Syria and has noted instances of human rights abuses. Addressing the United Nations Security Council, U.S. Deputy Ambassador Robert Wood said that the regime previously unleashed chemical weapons on its own people when the government was threatened. Wood also noted that the Syrian regime has failed to explain to the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons the traces of undeclared chemical warfare agents in samples collected in 2020, 2023 and 2024.
Colleagues, the United States is closely monitoring the situation in Aleppo and Idlib and are in contact with partners on the ground. We have seen some reports of human rights abuses, and we hope to see those now in control of Aleppo and Idlib hold those accountable who have perpetrated these abuses and promote fair and equal rights and access to resources.
Israel has strongly rejected an Amnesty International report released on Thursday that accuses it of committing genocide in the Gaza Strip during its ongoing war with Hamas. The human rights organization claimed that Israel's military operations deliberately targeted Palestinian civilians, destroyed critical infrastructure, and blocked the delivery of essential aid such as food and medicine. Amnesty called on the United States and other Israeli allies to hold arms shipments, warning they could be complicit in genocide. In response, Israeli officials condemned the report as biased and misleading, with government spokesman David Mensa accusing Amnesty of distorting reality and ignoring Hamas's genocidal intent towards Israel.
On the latest Amnesty report that condemns Israel, let me share with you the 5 reasons why it's not actually worth the paper it's written on. Amnesty's bias, firstly. With a record as long as your arm, Amnesty has a documented history of framing Israel as fundamentally illegitimate. For Amnesty, Israel was born guilty in 1948 and have been guilty ever since. They ignore the genocidal intent and actions of Hamas.
Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov accused the West of reviving the Cold War and provoking a direct conflict with Russia during his opening remarks at the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe ministerial meeting on Thursday. Lavrov told delegates in Malta that US actions were driven by a desire to return NATO to the political spotlight. Lavrov also slammed the OSCE, saying that the organization became a victim of the policy that has been subordinating Europe to the United States through Euro-Atlantic security concepts. Pete Hegseth continues to fight to save his nomination to Donald Trump's defense secretary on Capitol Hill, as the president-elect considers possible replacements in the face of growing questions about the former news host's personal conduct and ability to win Senate confirmation. Hegseth met with legislators, conducted a radio interview, and released an opinion article denying allegations of sexual assault and excessive drinking. He insisted Trump was still supporting him and planned to return for more meetings with lawmakers. The president-elect's team is looking at alternatives, considering Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
President of the United States for this amazing, humbling opportunity to be nominated to lead the Department of Defense. It's an incredible opportunity that I do not take lightly. I just want to thank the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, who spent the morning with me, meeting with Senators of the United States.
Hundreds of protesters gathered at the California state capitol on Monday to oppose President-elect Donald Trump's mass deportation plans. Calling on state lawmakers to take action to protect immigrant communities, demonstrators carried banners urging the legislature to reject funding for deportations and stand against Trump's policies. The protest comes amid California Governor Gavin Newsom and state lawmakers preparing for a special session to defend the state's progressive policies and resist potential federal challenges under a second Trump presidency. Prompter is going up on it. Tensions are rising in Argentina as hundreds of retirees have taken to the streets in protest against a controversial decision by the government. In a bid to curb misuse of public health benefits, the government has limited access to free medication for retirees, a move that has sparked outrage among those who rely on the program. Here's a report on what since unfolded after the curb. Take a look.
In a downturn of policies in Argentina, hundreds of retirees took to streets to protest against the government. This comes right after the government decided to limit access to free medication by curbing on the functions of the retirees' public health insurance government agency known as PAMI. The government is aiming to stop the misuse of the policy, with the decision projected to impact the lower economic classes the most.
No es justo tener que pasar por esto a esta altura de la vida, cuando yo a lo mejor si tenía esos remedios graves podía que sea ir comerme algo a fin de año. Es decir, en vez de dedicarlo a un remedio, darme el gusto de decir, bueno, me como un asado que hace 10 meses que no lo como.
This decision has affected millions of people who rely on these free medications to sustain their lives, as surging medicine prices are not affordable for many.
La verdad no pensé a esta edad volver a vivir esto. La verdad no pensé volver a vivir esto. No puede ser que no tengamos los remedios, no puede ser que no lleguemos a fin de mes, no podemos pagar un alquiler, no podemos pagar los impuestos.
The beneficiaries will not be able to access a fund of $275 to obtain free medication through the public health insurance scheme.
Entonces acá lo que se trata de buscar es eso, es evitar que quien necesite el medicamento lo obtenga y lo obtenga con un 100% de descuento como lo venía haciendo hasta ahora, y quien no. De hecho, ahora estoy recordando algún caso que habíamos...
Agitated retiree protesters scuffled with police as they tried to quell the unrest. Argentinian President Javier Milei believes that the clampdown of the move will prevent misuse of money and help those who are in genuine need.
China has announced sanctions to 13 American countries as US and Taiwan sealed a deal on weapons. The sanctions include ban on entering China, Hong Kong and Macau. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
China has imposed sanctions on 13 American companies. This move is in response to US's recently announced weapons sale to Taiwan. The sanctions include a ban on entering China, including Hong Kong and Macau. China's announcement comes right after Taiwanese president held phone calls with US congressional leaders.
台独与台海和平水火不容，美方执意以武助独，动摇不了我们反对台独、实现国家统一的坚定决心，只会将台湾推向兵凶战危的境地。中方敦促美方恪守一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报，特别是817公报的规定，兑现美国领导人不支持台独的承诺，立即停止武装台湾，停止纵容支持台独势力，以武谋独。
This step shows China's strong objection to US authorizing a potential sale of spare parts and support for F-16 jets and radars to Taiwan. Beijing views these deals as undermining its sovereignty and territorial integrity. China has opposed all the official interactions between the island's government and the United States till date. Interestingly, this comes at a perilous time after Trump threatened sweeping tariffs on China after he settles in the White House.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Live This Morning. And now it's time for us to focus our attention on the world of business. Let's start. RBI's Monetary Policy Committee commenced its bi-monthly review of the economy on December 4th. A review meeting is scheduled for today. It is said that the apex bank is likely to maintain its interest rates at the current levels. Market participants are closely monitoring any potential liquidity enhancement measures following a recent downturn in economic growth. Meanwhile, the RBI maintained stability with the repo rate at 6.5% since February 2023, prioritizing inflation control while supporting economic growth. Despite recent economic headwinds, market sentiment has remained steady as investors await the central bank's policy stance. The countdown for the next 2025 budget has begun. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will kick off her pre-budget consultations today. These consultations will involve discussions with various stakeholders from diverse sectors. The first meeting in this series is scheduled for December 6th and will bring together prominent economists. FM Sitharaman will seek insights from economists on their outlook and potential strategies for the next union budget. India's GDP growth slowed and dipped to a 7-quarter low of 5.4% in the second quarter of the current financial year. In a move at improving transparency and efficiency in public issue management, SEBI introduced new guidelines for merchant bankers. This is to maintain and store due diligence records electronically. This comes after SEBI's ongoing efforts to streamline the documentation process for public offerings and ensure regulatory compliance. As per new guidelines, merchant bankers are required to maintain records related to due diligence for both pre-issue and post-issue activities of public issues. These records will include vital documents and reports that must be preserved for a minimum period of 5 years. Russian President Vladimir Putin praised Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his India First policy and the Make in India initiative. As per the Russian president, India fosters a stable environment for growth, emphasizing how these policies contributed to India's development and growth. Putin also drew parallels between Russia's import substitution program and India's Make in India initiative, and expressed that Russia is willing to establish manufacturing operations in India. The foreign outflows in Indian equity markets were moderated in November after these investors turned buyers in the second half of the month, snapped a 38-session selling streak. In the last month, most foreign portfolio investors poured money into financials and IT stocks, which reduced outflows to $2.55 billion. Further, the Indian benchmarks also slipped into a sharp correction in November. Viewers, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side. Hybrid mode for Champions Trophy 2025. Stay tuned as we bring you all the details on the other side. Here's a quick roundup of the top stories from the world of entertainment. Critically acclaimed film Lapata Ladies is India's official entry for the Oscars 2025. Celebrated actor Amir Khan started campaigning for the widely loved film and was joined by the film's director Kiran Rao. The film is set to be screened in BAFTA headquarters ahead of the BAFTA Awards. Comedian and actor Sunil Pal, who went missing after travelling outside Mumbai for a show, has now been found. A police complaint was lodged by Pal's wife after she was unable to reach him for several hours. The actor shared his story and the harrowing 24 hours he endured after being kidnapped. Pal was invited to perform at a comedy show at a private birthday party and was kidnapped on the way. The comedian was taken to a secluded place by armed vigilance. The kidnappers then asked him for 20 lakhs as ransom. Sunil Pal further shared that the kidnappers also gave him 20,000 rupees for acquiring tickets to Mumbai, ensuring the actor had a means to travel. Viewers, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Months after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina as Prime Minister, Bangladesh has begun the process of erasing the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. Stay tuned to Republic TV as we bring you all the details on the other side.
The second test match of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy series, the pink ball test match, will be played at the Adelaide Oval from the 6th of December 2024. India, after defeating Australia by 295 runs in the first test that was played in Perth, are 1-0 up in the series. India are the defending champions of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy and have also defeated Australia 4 consecutive times. India defeated Australia in 2018 and 2020, and they'd want to replicate the same this time around too. When India travelled to Australia for the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy this time, nobody had given them any chance of winning the series. India were coming off a 3-0 home series loss against New Zealand, and Australia were deemed to be the clear favourites. In Rohit Sharma's absence, Jasprit Bumrah led the team from the front and tamed the Australian batters with this stellar bowling performance. Bumrah picked 8 wickets in the first test and led India to an iconic victory in Perth. Jasprit Bumrah seems to have gotten into the heads of the Australians, and rightly so. After all the happenings in the Perth test, no Australian batter seems to have any answers to Bumrah's bowling. Bumrah's performances also invited comparisons from the former Australian pacer Glenn McGrath. Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, while speaking on the ICC review, hailed Jasprit Bumrah as the greatest pacer across formats. Ponting also shared his point of view on Bumrah versus McGrath debate and who, according to him, is more effective. Ponting reckoned that, according to him, Bumrah is India's greatest fast bowler. The former Australian skipper also said that many Indian greats before him didn't play all 3.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 8 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. The Maharashtra Chief Minister face has taken oath yesterday. Devendra Fadnavis is the new Chief Minister. Shinde and Ajit Pawar have taken oath as the Deputy Chief Ministers. And the next step is the Cabinet portfolio allocations. Key discussions will be held today. Everybody is eyeing key portfolios. We'll get you all the latest breaking news and details from Ground Zero. But first, a quick check on the headlines. Fadnavis, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, takes oath. Shinde and Ajit Pawar have taken oath as deputies. Focus now shifts to portfolio allocation. In his first decision as Maharashtra Chief Minister, Fadnavis approves monetary help to a Pune family. Bangladesh set to wipe Mujibur Rahman's image off banknotes, new ones to feature July uprising. India-China hold diplomatic talks in Delhi to review situation in border areas. Allu Arjun booked for stampede at Pushpa 2 premiere that left fan injured and one person dead. ICC reaches consensus to conduct next year's Champions Trophy in a hybrid model, allows India to play its share of matches in Dubai. First up, viewers, after Sheikh Hasina's ouster, now the next step is to wipe out the legacy of Mujibur Rahman. After downing his statue, now his image will be wiped off from the currency notes. Bangladesh has in fact begun the process of erasing the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Sheikh Hasina's father, and the iconic figure behind the founding of the nation from its currency notes. Bangladesh Bank is printing new notes, including in them featuring the uprising that we witnessed, that the world witnessed, and this was confirmed by local media reports referring to student-led protests that forced Hasina to flee to India on August 5th. Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus took charge as the chief advisor and the head of the interim government. So now in Bangladesh, Mujibur Rahman's image will be replaced with graffiti on the currency notes. This is the latest diktat by the Yunus administration. This in a bid to wipe out the legacy and the image of Mujibur Rahman from the currency notes as well. We have Samiksha joining us live from the newsroom. Samiksha, this is the latest diktat by Yunus administration. This one to wipe out Mujibur Rahman's image from currency notes and replace them with the uprising.
Well, that's right, Deepak. And you know what's been happening in Bangladesh shows that this is complete anarchy mindset. Bangladesh that is descending into anarchy from what it appears. Now let's talk about this particular diktat that you're mentioning about that's been passed by the Yunus administration, according to which the images of Mujibur Rahman will be removed from all the currency notes. In fact, as we understand, the process has already begun. A statement that has also come in from one of the bank officials who's confirmed that it has begun the process of printing new banknotes of Taka 20, 100, 500 and 1000 denominations without Mujibur Rahman's image. In fact, Deepak, important to highlight here, Mujibur Rahman, who's been the former president, he's a revered figure in Bangladesh. We've seen what has happened over the last few months in Bangladesh when the statues of Mujibur Rahman, who's regarded as the founder of the country, father of the country, his statues were vandalized by the radical elements. What we are seeing at this stage is the finance ministry also confirming the same, saying that it has plans to redesign all currency notes with 4 denominations being updated first and others to follow in phases. The statement, like I told you, that has also been given by the executive director of Bangladesh Bank, who says that the new notes will not include the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, who's the father of Sheikh Hasina. The removal of Rahman's image, who's, as I told you, who's revered figure, he's regarded as father of the nation, is part of a broader effort, like you mentioned, to completely erase the legacy of Mujibur Rahman. That being said, Deepak, before I toss back to you, this once again shows how Bangladesh is turning into mini Pakistan. There is an anarchy, a dictatorial mindset which clearly stands exposed at this stage.
Right, Samiksha, many thanks for joining me with those details. Government toppled, statue also toppled. Now the bid to wipe out the legacy from the currency notes clearly exposes the anarchic mindset of the Yunus regime. We'll get you all the latest as and when they happen, but it's time for us to shift our focus on Maharashtra, because Fadnavis, the new Maharashtra Chief Minister, took oath yesterday. His deputies Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar also took their charge at the state secretariat. But are you wondering what Fadnavis did as the chief minister? Here's a report on that.
मी देवेंद्र सरिता गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
After more than 10 days of suspense, Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as Chief Minister of Maharashtra on Thursday evening. Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, whose stellar returns in last month's election boosted the Maha alliance to a thumping win, were sworn in as Deputy Chief Ministers. Shortly after taking their oaths, all three paid floral tributes to Maratha icon Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Dr. Ambedkar at Mantralay. Followed by Fadnavis signing his first file as the new Chief Minister, a medical assistant check. In his first remark after taking charge, CM Fadnavis outlined his vision for the state.
पिछले पूरे साल में हमको जितना FDI मिला उसका 90% FDI 6 महीने में मिल गया. तो आप समझ सकते हो कि कितना इनफ्लो इंडस्ट्री का आ रहा है और जल्दी ही कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज की घोषणा मैं करूंगा. मेरी बातचीत अंतिम चरण में है कि जिनको महाराष्ट्र को पाकर उन इंडस्ट्रीज को पाकर बहुत महाराष्ट्र को खुशी होगी, ऐसी कई इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ मेरी चर्चा अंतिम चरण में है.
A special session has been called by CM Fadnavis on December 7. All legislators will take their oaths on that day. It must be noted that in his third term, Fadnavis is seizing the reins when there's a huge debt on the exchequer. As Chief Minister, he will also have to find a solution to the demands for Maratha reservations. As if these challenges were not enough, Fadnavis will have to run the government along with two ambitious allies. Meanwhile, with a strong mandate in favor of the Maha alliance, expectations from the government are sky high.
Viewers, just a couple of days back, Naren Singh Chaura, a Khalistani terrorist, tried to assassinate Sukhbir Singh Badal at the Golden Temple while he was there to serve his religious punishment. It was day 2 and he opened fire at Sukhbir Singh Badal, and now he has been sent to 3-day police custody. In fact, your channel Republic also confronted this Khalistani terrorist. Watch this.
Naren Singh Chaura, the man who attempted to kill former Punjab CM Sukhbir Singh Badal, has been sent to police custody. Chaura, a Khalistani sympathizer, was sent to a 3-day police custody. Republic confronted the Khalistani sympathizer. Take a look.
नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, किसके कहने पे आपने ये अटैक किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, किसके कहने पे आपने ये अटैक किया?
Republic also spoke to Chaura's lawyer. Listen in.
That is a scripted story. I think one day before the occurrence, all the houses, 2 houses of the accused has been searched, and then the articles, CCTV cameras and all DVRs and other articles has been seized. We have moved an application before the learned ACGM and for
searched by whom?
Same.
Searched by whom? Which unit?
The police has searched.
Which division?
Seized. I think it is Gurdaspur, Batala district.
And how many days remand police has asked for in this case?
7 days. They asked for 7 days. But
and how many days?
They granted for 3 days.
So at this point in time, what was the merit of the case, or on what ground basically the remand has given?
Basically, it was not an attempt. It was just whatever. It was not. They are saying what is the mensria. We till date we are not aware about the mensria. Because of that, we need remand. But since the last 24 hours, if the police did not get the mensria, then what would be the next investigation?
You must have spoken to Mr. Chaura. What did he say? Why did he attack Mr. Sukhbir Singh Badal?
No, he has not.
His lawyer?
No, he has not disclosed anything.
He hasn't said anything.
No, he has.
Must be some motive behind it. You are his lawyer.
There is no motive.
Then why did he attack?
There might be some grudge of
kind of grudge,
whatever the things has been. Whatever the things has been done by the Sukhbir Singh Badal against the Sikh community and against the Guru Granth Sahib and all that, whatever he has been confessed, I think he was not happy with the punishment which has been given by the SGPC or by the Akal Takht, and because of that, that's why.
Is that the personal motive, or is there any larger conspiracy behind
it? There is no conspiracy. I think there is only thoughts of that person, individual thoughts of. There is no conspiracy.
Meanwhile, speaking to Republic, ACP Jaspal Singh shared the investigation into the case so far.
Right, I'm joined by senior officer from Punjab Police, Mr. Jaspal Singh. How many demands, days you have asked for the police, from the judge?
We are obtaining 3 days full remand of Narayan Singh Chauda.
Initially, how many days you have asked? You have got 3 days remand.
Yes, we have obtaining 3-day remands.
Right. And what was the motive behind it? Did he say anything during the interrogation?
Development of an investigation, telling you later on.
How far the investigation has reached?
Senior officers briefed you about investigation.
On the other hand, Akali leader Bikram Singh Majithia questioned police and the AAP government.
जिस सूबे में एक बड़ा खिलाड़ी कबड्डी का संदीप नंगल अंबिया को मार दिया गया हो, जिस सूबे में पुलिस के हेडक्वार्टर में, पुलिस के थाने में अटैक हो रहा है, जिस सूबे में रोज फरहती ली जा रही है, आप समझते हो कि पुलिस को हाथ में कुछ है? सोई पड़ी है.
It must be remembered that on Wednesday, Sukhbir Singh Badal escaped the assassination bid when he was serving penance at the Golden Temple.
Viewers, it seems like there is some respite for the people of the national capital because the air quality has improved by the figures dipping below the 300 mark on the air quality index. And so the Supreme Court has said that GRAP 4 measures can be relaxed and it can be up to GRAP 2. Here's what's in store for Delhi.
As Delhi's air quality improves, the Supreme Court on Thursday relaxed anti-pollution measures. The Apex Court allowed Graded Response Action Plan measures to be relaxed from Stage 4 to Stage 2. GRAP 2 involves less stringent curbs such as ban on the use of coal and firewood in industries. On Thursday, the Central Pollution Control Board categorized air quality in New Delhi as moderate with a reading of 165. However, the court also told the CAQM that Stage 3 curbs would be introduced if AQI crossed the 350 mark and Stage 4 curbs if AQI crossed 400. Stages 3 and 4 of GRAP entail a ban on the entry of trucks carrying non-essential goods unless run on CNG or LNG. Diesel-powered medium and heavy goods vehicles are prohibited except for essential services. Non-essential light commercial vehicles from outside Delhi are also restricted under GRAP stages 3 and 4. All construction and demolition activities, including public infrastructure projects like highways, flyovers and pipelines, are also banned. Hours after the Supreme Court permitted the relaxation of GRAP stage 4 restrictions, the Commission for Air Quality Management revoked stages 4 and 3 of GRAP in NCR.
Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Crackdown on terror continues in Jammu and Kashmir. This time, terror associates have been arrested. 2 of them have been arrested. And the security forces have also recovered 2 AK-47 rifles in the lower Munda area of Kazigand in South Kashmir's Kulgam district. And these arrests were made during a Naka checking at Gulab Bagh near Lower Munda. And the recovered items include AK-47 rifles, 4 magazines and some rounds of ammunition. The arrested individuals have been identified as Manzoor Ahmad Bhatt and Altaf Ahmad Lone, both residents of Kulgam district. And these 2 are the overground workers, and they have been aiding terrorists and terror attacks in the valley. And according to the police, the accused were acting on the directions of Pakistani handler Hamza Bhai and were planning to carry out terror activities in the area. Now, after their arrest, a case has been registered and further investigations are also underway. The police have also stated, viewers, that the arrested individuals are overground workers of the TRF and the LET outfit, both of whom are based out of Pakistan. The recovery of arms and ammunition has prevented potential terror activities in the region, and the police have continued their investigation to uncover more and more details about the terror network in Jammu and Kashmir. We have Zina joining us live from Srinagar. Zina, this is a big terror operation, anti-terror operation by our forces, and 2 terror associates have been arrested. Tell us about how locals are facilitating these terrorists on the instructions from Pakistan.
There is an angle of the local support. Definitely without the local support, the Pakistani terrorists, the number is quite present in the valley. Would not be possible for them to make movement or to carry the terror activities. That was recently even proved when the Pakistani terrorist was neutralized in the Khaniar area in Srinagar, or for that matter in the North Kashmir, in multiple operations from the Sopore, where the foreign terrorists were neutralized. As far as this case is concerned, this has taken place in Kazigund in Kulgam district yesterday, where the OGWs show in number for the local OGWs have been arrested, and the 2 AK-56 series rifles with the cartridges and the magazines have been recovered. And as per the J&K police of Kulgam district, that these 2 OGWs were in touch with the Pakistani handler, who has been identified as Bai, and they were planning to carry the terror activities. This is not the only one case, because yesterday we have seen the action even in the South Kashmir Shopian district, where the 2 residential properties were attached by the police because of their involvement in the cases that pertaining to the UAPA. Similarly, the action was also seen in the Sopore of North Kashmir, where around 15 Marra land was also attached. The cases, all these cases are related to the terror activities or providing a support to the terror network. The step that has been taken by the J&K police in the last couple of years has shown the result, because when you attach the residential property, that means the action is taking place against all the inmates of the house, with results that definitely the terror activities or the support has come down to the terror network in the Kashmir Valley. But still we see the elements who are trying to destabilize peace or to carry the anti-terror activities, to do the transportation of the weapons or to provide the logistic support, because ultimately the ulterior motive of Pakistan, we have seen, is to keep the pot burning, to keep the pot boiling. Though action has been there time and again from the security joint forces, from army, J&K police, or the CRPF, they have been doing their work, and with the result you see yesterday the action coming from Kazigund, where the 2 OGWs were arrested. Then in Shopian, at 2 places the properties were seized, and similarly in Sopore, North Kashmir, again a land was attached under UAPA.
Right, Zina, many thanks for joining me with those details. It's not just the arrest, viewers, but properties have also been attached of terror associates in the valley in Sopore, specifically under the UAPA. Now, moving on. The countdown has begun for Budget 2025, and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has already started her pre-budget deliberations. Here's a roundup. The countdown for the next 2025 budget has begun, as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will kick off a pre-budget consultation starting today. These consultations will involve discussions with various stakeholders and prominent economists. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will seek insights from economists and their outlook and potential strategies for next union budget. Meanwhile, India's GDP growth has slowed down and even dipped to a 7-quarter low of 5.4% in the second quarter of current financial year. Notably, this would be the 8th budget that will be presented by Nirmala Sitharaman. Well, viewers, in the ongoing Euro League, Bayern Munich has defeated Baskonia, and it was a thrilling match, a neck-and-neck fight between both the teams. Here's how it all unfolded. A strong second half in the latest action from the EuroLeague saw Bayern Munich record an impressive 94-80 win over Baskonia. The sides went toe-to-toe over the opening two quarters and levelled 44-44 at half-time. While Baskonia, who had Shima Moneke leading their attack, scored 10 straight points at the start of the third to lead by 6, they were swiftly reeled in by the hosts. Carson Edwards, in ruthless form, finished the game with 27 points as Bayern took control. They led 69-61 at the end of the third and pushed on from there with a strong final quarter to make the win. Let's now take a look at the other top stories that we are tracking from the world of sports. The ICC has reached a consensus to host the 2025 Champions Trophy in the hybrid mode, allowing India to play a portion of their matches in Dubai. This arrangement has been agreed upon in principle for multilateral events till 2027. The decision was largely finalized during an informal meeting between ICC chief Jay Shah and the board of directors, which includes representatives from Pakistan. India will also be hosting the Women's ODI World Cup in October this year and Men's T20 World Cup in 2026 with Sri Lanka. Former India all-rounder Irfan Pathan fields the returning captain Rohit Sharma, and opener Shubman Gill will get a place in the playing 11 for the second test against Australia in the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy at Adelaide Oval. Prime Minister Modi lauded the Indian hockey team for winning the Men's Junior Asia Cup. In a post on the Men's Junior Asia Cup victory, the Prime Minister on platform X congratulated the team, calling it a historic moment for Indian hockey. PM also credited the win to the team's unmatched skill, unwavering grit and incredible teamwork. Bhuvneshwar Kumar delivered a game-changing final over, dismissing Robin Mins, Balkrishna and Vivekanand Tiwari of consecutive deliveries to claim a sensational 10-run win over Jharkhand in Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy match. India skipper Rohit Sharma confirmed that his compatriot KL Rahul will open the batting in the upcoming Adelaide Test of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy against Australia. India star fast bowler Jasprit Bumrah is up against Pakistan's Harish Rauf and South Africa's Marco Jansen for the prestigious ICC Player of the Month award. Scott Boland's first match for Australia in almost 18 months has been confirmed, as Pat Cummins said Mitchell Marsh would be fit to bowl in the Adelaide day and night test match. Mohammad Shami claimed 3 wickets, further building on his match fitness, while Abhishek Porel smashed a blistering 50 as Bengal stormed into quarters with a 7-wicket victory over Rajasthan in their Group A of Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy clash. Playing his 7th game in the competition over the last 3 weeks, the Indian pacer is fit again, and he struck in his first over at snaffled 2 late wickets for his 3 for 26 as Bengal restricted Rajasthan to 153 for 9.
Well, as always, it is going to be a power-packed lineup at 8:30 a.m. on Live This Morning. The ICC Champions Trophy hybrid model has been finalized. We'll get you more on that at 8:30 a.m. on Live This Morning.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Shrivastava. One of the big stories that we are tracking is from the state of Maharashtra, as talks will take place today on portfolio allocation after the oath-taking ceremony. That and much more in this edition and through the day, starting first up with the headlines. Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, Shinde and Ajit Pawar, the deputies, focus now shifts to portfolio allocation. Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, Shinde and Ajit Pawar, the deputies, in his first decision as Maharashtra Chief Minister, Fadnavis approves monetary help to a Pune family. Bangladesh set to wipe Mujibur Rahman's image of banknotes, new ones to feature July uprising. India-China hold diplomatic talks in the national capital review situation in border areas. Allu Arjun to be booked for Stampede at Pushpa 2, the rule premiere that left one person dead.
Till that time, India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's a right decision made by the BCCI.
ICC reaches consensus to conduct next year's Champions Trophy in a hybrid model, allows India to play its share of matches in Dubai. And we begin first up with the news break that's coming in on the Champions Trophy that is set to take place next year. That is in 2025. The decision that's been reached upon is that the Champions Trophy will be played in a hybrid model. The International Cricket Council and the Pakistan Cricket Board have reportedly reached an in-principle agreement to adopt a hybrid model for global tournaments hosted in Pakistan or India until 2027. So hybrid model that is to be in place until 2027. This model would allow both nations to play their games at ICC tournaments hosted by the other country at a neutral venue. We have a statement coming in from Anurag Thakur on this decision that's been taken in the ICC meeting. Listen in to that statement.
I think India has made it very clear that the safety and security of the players are very, very important. And we have a very consistent with our stand as far as playing in Pakistan is concerned. Till the time we don't have a control or check over the terrorist activities, cross-border activities, till that time India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's a right decision made by the BCCI. On the other hand, as far as the international cricket is concerned, India's contribution at the international level is huge. So I think let's not be in a hurry to say anything. India is in a position to host best of the best tournaments. We have done that in the past and we can do that in the future as well. Countries across the globe love to come and play in India, and the world's most popular cricket league is played in India, in Indian Premium League. So किसी का ये कहना कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय इवेंट्स में, आईसीसी के इवेंट्स में भारत में खेले ना खेले, मैं इतना कहना चाहूँगा, भारत पाकिस्तान में इसलिए नहीं खेल सकता क्योंकि खिलाड़ियों की सुरक्षा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, और टीम की सुरक्षा इसलिए क्योंकि पाकिस्तान के स्थानीय हालात कोई बहुत अच्छे नहीं हैं, और जहाँ तक सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी की बात है उससे कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं किया जा सकता। खिलाड़ियों की सुरक्षा प्राथमिकता है, और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय क्रिकेट में भारतीय टीम का, भारतीय क्रिकेट बोर्ड का और भारत का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है।
Alright, so nation today marking Maha Parinirvan Divas, tributes pouring in for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar from Prime Minister Modi, Maharashtra Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Ministers, all paying homage to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar on Maha Parinirvan Divas. So nation marking Maha Parinirvan Divas, Nirvan Divas today, beg your pardon, a day when Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's legacy is celebrated for his efforts towards achieving social equality, justice and empowerment of marginalized communities. Maha Parinirvan Divas, which is observed annually on 6th of December, that commemorates the death anniversary of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, an architect of modern India and a champion of social justice. Legacy that is celebrated for his efforts towards achieving social equality, justice and even empowerment of marginalized communities. He was born on 14th of April 1981 and rose to prominence as not just a scholar, a lawyer and economist, but leader of the oppressed, of the marginalized section. He dedicated his life to eradicating caste discrimination and uplifting the backward classes. Let's now shift focus to international stories that we've been tracking of France that has slipped into a political crisis after Parliament ousted French Prime Minister Michel Barnier. French Prime Minister has submitted his resignation while he will still be in office until new government is appointed. In fact, this comes a day after a historic no-confidence vote at the National Assembly that left France without a functioning government.
As France plunges into a political turmoil, French President Emmanuel Macron will announce a new Prime Minister in coming days.
C'est pourquoi je nommerai dans les prochains jours un Premier ministre. Je le chargerai de former un gouvernement d'intérêt général, représentant toutes les forces politiques d'un arc de gouvernement qui puisse y participer ou à tout le moins qui s'engage à ne pas le censurer. Le Premier ministre aura à mener ses consultations et former un gouvernement resserré à votre service. Sa priorité sera le budget.
After losing a vote of no confidence in National Assembly, French Prime Minister Michel Barnier submitted his resignation. Although he will remain in office as caretaker until a new government is appointed, a total of 331 out of 577 lawmakers voted against Barnier's fragile government, forcing him to step down. His removal followed his controversial 2025 budget proposal, which included austerity measures. Barnier argued that this was necessary to stabilize France's finances, but it triggered widespread condemnation. This is the first French government which was defeated in no confidence motion since 1962, making him France's shortest-serving Prime Minister. Choosing a successor will prove to be a delicate task for Macron, considering that he will have to appease lawmakers on both extremes of French politics. Meanwhile, French National Rally leader Marine Le Pen Barnier is the sole reason for his downfall.
I don't have any illusion that a new government will help. We have seen these past couple of years, Macron has only had nominated more and more right, even far-right ministers these past couple of years. So I don't think that a new government will change anything.
While French citizens took to the streets to protest proposed layoffs and budget cuts in the public sector, France is now hurtling towards the end of a volatile year with no prime minister or a budget.
And in news that we are tracking from Mexico, it was on 14th of 2014 in the month of September when 43 students went missing in Mexico. A decade later, families are still scrambling and demanding for justice, while the authorities suspect that the children who went missing have now been killed after two administrations. President Claudia has even met with the relatives of these students. We get you all those details in this next report.
A decade has gone by. Mystery behind sudden disappearance of 43 students from a rural teachers' college in Mexico still continues. While authorities believe these students have been killed, their families are still demanding for justice. Relatives of the 43 students held first meeting with recently appointed President Claudia Sheinbaum. President Sheinbaum vowed to reopen the investigation.
Se habló de una nueva metodología. Lo que la presidenta nos dice y coinciden los padres de familia es no entrar a esta polarización en la que veníamos. Si nos entrampamos en esa polarización, pues se va a romper el diálogo. Y la presidenta dice, bueno, yo no quiero que se rompa el diálogo, tampoco los padres. Queremos que se rompa el diálogo, entonces vamos a construir esta nueva ruta.
She also offered to rebuild dialogues with the grieving families, which was deteriorated during previous administrations. On September 26, 2014, students from rural normal school at Ayotzinapa, known for radical activism, planned to steal buses for a protest. One drug cartel leader was arrested in 2015, but was later released in 2019, citing lack of evidence. 2 administrations later, what happened to these students and most importantly where they are still remains unknown.
And in other stories that we are tracking, this is coming in from Argentina, where people took to streets against the government over a policy on healthcare which people say go against the interests of the people in the country. Take a look at this report.
In a downturn of policies in Argentina, hundreds of retirees took to streets to protest against the government. This comes right after the government decided to limit access to free medication by curbing on the functions of the retirees' public health insurance government agency known as PAMI. The government is aiming to stop the misuse of the policy, with the decision projected to impact the lower economic classes the most.
No es justo tener que pasar por esto a esta altura de la vida, cuando yo a lo mejor si tenía esos remedios graves podía que sea ir comerme algo a fin de año. Es decir, en vez de dedicarlo a un remedio, darme el gusto de decir, bueno, es como un asado que hace 10 meses que no lo como.
This decision has affected millions of people who rely on these free medications to sustain their lives, as surging medicine prices are not affordable for many.
La verdad no pensé a esta edad volver a vivir esto. La verdad no pensé volver a vivir esto. No puede ser que no tengamos los remedios, no puede ser que no lleguemos a fin de mes, no podemos pagar un alquiler, no podemos pagar los impuestos.
The beneficiaries will not be able to access a fund of $275 to obtain free medication through the public health insurance scheme.
Entonces acá lo que se trata de buscar es eso, es evitar que quien O sea, que quien necesite el medicamento lo obtenga y lo obtenga con un 100% de descuento como lo venía haciendo hasta ahora, y quien no. De hecho, ahora estoy recordando algún caso que habíamos...
Agitated retiree protesters scuffled with police as they tried to quell the unrest. Argentinian President Javier Milei believes that the clampdown of the move will prevent misuse of money and help those who are in genuine need.
Now, amid the tariff war between China and US, China has announced sanctions on 13 US companies, and Taiwan as well sealed a deal on weapons. The sanctions include ban on entering China, Hong Kong and Macau. Here's a report with those details.
China has imposed sanctions on 13 American companies. This move is in response to US's recently announced weapons in Taiwan. The sanctions include a ban on entering China, including Hong Kong and Macau. China's announcement comes right after Taiwanese president held phone calls with US congressional leaders.
台独与台海和平水火不容，美方执意以武助独，动摇不了我们反对台独、实现国家统一的坚定决心，只会将台湾推向兵凶战危的境地。中方敦促美方恪守一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报，特别是817公报的规定，兑现美国领导人不支持台独的承诺，立即停止武装台湾，停止纵容支持台独势力，以武谋独。
This step shows China's strong objection to US authorizing a potential sale of spare parts and support for F-16 jets and radars to Taiwan. Beijing views these deals as undermining its sovereignty and territorial integrity. China has opposed all the official interactions between the island's government and the United States till date. Interestingly, this comes at a perilous time after Trump threatened sweeping tariffs on China after he settles in the White House.
Now, amid amid the conflict which is being seen in Syria, it's the United Nations that has stepped in at this stage. United Nations General Secretary Antonio Guterres, who's called for ceasefire amid the escalating tension in Syria.
Syrian rebels captured the city of Hama on Thursday, marking a significant gain for the insurgents. This move has undermined the power of President Bashar al-Assad, becoming a challenge for his allies, Russia and Iran. The rebels, however, withdrew from the city, stating that they want to prevent urban combat and preserve civilian lives.
Our friends and partners worldwide, that first we need them to stop the bombing on civilian neighborhoods. This is the most urgent thing. Use all diplomatic channels and means to stop the aerial bombardment on these areas. And also we need them to help to control the Syrian borders, so no new foreign militias enter Syria and no foreign fighters.
The rebel forces, led by the Islamist group Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, also took control of the central prison and released detainees. This comes after the rebels captured Aleppo last week and continued moving southwards. In another news, China's embassy has sent an urgent notice to its citizens residing in Syria to vacate soon as rebel forces continue their offences. The leader of the rebellion force, Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, said his fighters entered Hama to cleanse the wound that Syria has endured for 40 years. Hama has been under government control since the Syrian conflict began in 2011. Since the insurgents, a cleanup campaign has been launched as workers of the Syrian civil defense by the White Helmets who have taken charge of the city.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أبشركم إخواني أن أخوانكم المجاهدون الثوار قد بدأوا بالدخول إلى مدينة حماة لتطهير ذاك الجرح الذي استمر في سوريا لمدة 40 عاما. أسأل الله عز وجل أن يكون فتحا لا ثأر فيه، بل فتحا كله رحمة ومودة، والحمد لله رب العالمين.
UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres urged those with influence to do their part to end the civil war.
And one of the top stories that we will be tracking through the day is Maha cabinet mystery, discussions to take place on portfolio allocation in Maha Yuti 2.0 government.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Welcome back. Now, as violence escalates in Syria, the death toll continues to mount. More than 1 lakh people have been displaced in the northwest region in the country. The conflict has been intensifying following recent military developments, with forces opposed to President Assad gaining ground. Meanwhile, the United Nations is calling for an end to the fighting. All those details in this next report.
As hostilities escalate in Syria, mounting the death toll to 44. Over 1 lakh people have been displaced since military insurgency intensified in Syria's northwest.
The immediate impact of this escalation is on the people of northwest Syria. We've heard that 115,000 people have been displaced during the last week. And the reason why they've been displaced during the last week is that hospitals have been hit and schools have been hit. I mean, in Idlib city alone, there was a significant escalation in airstrikes and in shelling on the first 2 days of December.
The latest flare-up in Syria's long civil war comes after forces opposed to President Bashar Assad ousted his troops from Aleppo and captured parts of the northwestern Idlib, fearing mass genocide and a potential civil war. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called for an end to fighting in Syria.
We are seeing the bitter fruits of a chronic collective failure of previous de-escalation arrangements to produce a genuine nationwide ceasefire or a serious political process to implement Security Council resolutions. I once again urge all those with influence to do their part for the long-suffering people of Syria.
Guterres also called for all parties to engage seriously with Geir Pedersen, the US Special Envoy for Syria. Meanwhile, the US said it is closely monitoring the unrest in Syria against human rights abuses. US accused the Syrian regime of using chemical weaponry.
Equally concerning is the fact that, per the OPCW Director General, the Syrian Arab Republic failed to sufficiently explain traces of undeclared chemical warfare agents in samples collected in 2020, 2023, and 2024. Consequently, the OPCW Director General has concluded that, and I quote, despite more than a decade of intensive work, the Syrian Arab Republic chemical weapons dossier still cannot be closed.
Hezbollah chief Naim Qassem alleged the escalations in Syria have footprints of American and Israeli intervention.
العدوان على سوريا ترعاه أمريكا وإسرائيل. لطالما كانت المجموعات التكفيرية أدوات لهما منذ سنة 2011 عندما بدأت المشكلة في سوريا.
The latest series of attacks come as a setback for Bashar Assad after ordering week-long offensive.
And we head into a very short break, but coming up after we come back, we'll get you all that's happening in UP. It's the UP Congress unit that's been dissolved by the Congress chief. And a quick look at what's making news from the entertainment world. A critically acclaimed film, Lapata Ladies, is India's first official entry for the Oscars 2025. Celebrated actor Amir Khan started campaigning for the widely loved film and was joined by the film's director, Kiran Rao. The film is set to be screened in BAFTA headquarters ahead of the awards ceremony. Comedian and actor Sunil Pal, who went missing after travelling outside Mumbai for a show, has now been found. A police complaint was lodged by his wife after she was unable to reach him for several hours. And for now, we head into a very short break. When we come back, we will get you all that's happening in Uttar Pradesh. Congress chief has dissolved the UP Congress unit. We'll get you more on that after we come back.
The second test match of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy series, the pink ball test match, will be played at the Adelaide Oval from the 6th of December 2024. India, after defeating Australia by 295 runs in the first test that was played in Perth, are 1-0 up in the series. India are the defending champions of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy and have also defeated Australia 4 consecutive times. India defeated Australia in 2018 and 2020, and they'd want to replicate the same this time around too. When India travelled to Australia for the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy this time, nobody had given them any chance of winning the series. India were coming off a 3-0 home series loss against New Zealand, and Australia were deemed to be the clear favourites. In Rohit Sharma's absence, Jasprit Bumrah led the team from the front and tamed the Australian batters with this stellar bowling performance. Bumrah picked 8 wickets in the first test and led India to an iconic victory in Perth. Jasprit Bumrah seems to have gotten into the heads of the Australians, and rightly so. After all the happenings in the Perth test, no Australian batter seems to have any answers to Bumrah's bowling. Bumrah's performances also invited comparisons from the former Australian pacer Glenn McGrath. Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, while speaking on the ICC review, hailed Jasprit Bumrah as the greatest pacer across formats. Ponting also shared his point of view on Bumrah versus McGrath debate and who, according to him, is more effective. Ponting reckoned that, according to him, Bumrah is India's greatest fast bowler. The former Australian skipper also said that many Indian greats before him didn't play all 3 formats as much as he has. According to Ponting,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Priyanka Das, and I'll be taking you through the top stories from around the country and the world. In fact, the focus today is on Maharashtra. Now, post the oath-taking ceremony of the CM, the focus now shifts to the portfolio allocation. We'll get you the details in a bit, but first, let's take a quick look at the top headlines. Winter session showdown intensifies. Congress workers to protest over Adani issue at the parliament. Farmers to lay siege to the national capital. Shambhu border fortified. Big churn in UP Congress. Mallikarjun Kharge dissolves UP Congress unit. Party to select a new leadership. Oath taking done, now focus on Maha cabinet allocation. Key talks to be held today. Big slap on Pakistan's face. ICC reaches consensus on hybrid model. India to play its matches in Dubai.
Till that time, India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's the right decision made by the BCCI.
Anurag Thakur hails ICC decision. Says safety of Indians paramount, calls out terror haven Pakistan. After toppling Hasina government and downing the statue of father of the nation, Yunus government to wipe off Mujibur Rahman's face from the currency notes. Viewers, now let's turn our focus to Uttar Pradesh, where Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has dissolved the entire state Congress unit, along with the district and block units. This is seen as part of the party's plan to restructure its unit in UP and prepare for the next assembly elections in the state in 2027. In fact, the AICC's General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has confirmed this decision. A big breaking news coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge has dissolved the entire Pradesh Congress Committee unit in Uttar Pradesh. This along with the district and block units effective immediately. This decision is being seen as part of the party's plan to restructure its Uttar Pradesh unit and prepare for the next assembly elections in the state in 2027. In fact, according to an official statement, AICC General Secretary K.C. Venugopal has confirmed the decision, saying that Congress President has approved the proposal to dissolve the entire state of the PCC along with the district presidents and block Congress committees of Uttar Pradesh Congress Committee with immediate effect. All the committees, subcommittees and district level units of the Uttar Pradesh Congress Committee have been dissolved with immediate effect, viewers. This following which all the old officials, executive committee members and leaders with special charge will no longer hold these posts. A big blow for the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh. Now that the state units have been dissolved immediately, effectively, this has been confirmed by the AICC General Secretary K.C. Venugopal also. Now this following the dismal performance of the Congress party in the state in the early elections held this year. Now this is being looked at a strategy to review and re-strategize the priorities for the next assembly elections. A big breaking news coming in for the Grand Old Party Congress, where the President Mallikarjun Kharge has dissolved the entire Pradesh Congress Committee in Uttar Pradesh. Viewers, we are joined live by my colleague Ajay Dubey. Ajay, help us really understand now that Mallikarjun Kharge has officially stated and dissolved all of the Congress units, whether it's the district level and the block level, effective immediately. How's that sort of likely to pan out for the political landscape in the state?
See, there are two parts of this decision. See, all around, if we'll talk about Congress cadre, it is very neutralized in Uttar Pradesh, not much active. But post-parliament election results, where Congress got out of expectations result, the cadre is now a little excited. Now, new workers are joining party. So, to restructure all the party, this thing was much in conversation from last many days, and now we are watching this decision taken by Kharge, and a new joinings will be happening in Congress. A new cadre or structural organization will happen in Congress. That's what they're trying to do. And state president, we tried to have discussion with the state president also. We did not got any reply. But the important part is that it's a new restructuring in Congress. In bipolar election, Congress did not participate, and the cadre was very much in anger for this thing. And the result was totally in favor of BJP. Samajwadi Party lost bipolar election badly. And the important part is that Congress now wants a new energy in their cadre. That's the reason they are adding their team and trying to make new strategies and totally new team for the elections.
Thank you, Ajay, for those details coming in as a massive blow, but also a re-strategy that's been deployed by the Congress party in Uttar Pradesh. Now let's turn our focus to the farmers who are all set to march towards the parliament from the Shambhu border. The fortified area now, in fact, the security has also been heightened, taking into account the farmers who are protesting and are heading to the national capital. Farmers from Punjab under the banner of the Samyukt Kisan Morcha, non-political, and the Kisan Mazdoor Morcha plans to march from the Shambhu border to the parliament in Delhi on Friday, that's today. Their demands are a legal guarantee for the minimum support price for crops, no hikes in electricity tariffs, a debt waiver, pensions for farmers and farm laborers, and justice for the victims of violence in the Lakhimpur Kheri in 2021 and during the farmers' protests in 2020-21. The farmers are likely to begin their procession by foot around 1 p.m. today from the Shambhu border, which has now been tightened in terms of the security to ensure that no untoward incidents occur. A big breaking news coming in this morning, where farmers from Punjab under the banner of the Sanyukt Kisan Morcha and Kisan Mazdoor Morcha plan to march to the Shambhu border. Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Piyush, who is joining us live from the Shambhu border. Piyush, any information in terms of, because you're reporting from the ground really, are the farmers there yet, or will they reach around the 1 p.m. that we've learned so far?
So yes, good morning to you and good morning to all our viewers, and I would just request my video journalists to just show the visuals over here. The farmers have congregated over here. And today we also had a word with Sarvan Singh Pandher, a person who is going to be spearheading this protest march, which is going to be now conducted as far as the walking to Delhi. So yes, today the main objective of the farmers would be to move towards Ambala, and from Ambala then to move towards Delhi. However, as you can see from the visuals over here, even as the farmers have congregated over here and they are all set to move on foot to Delhi by noon at around 1 p.m. The challenge is going to be still there because the Haryana government machinery have asked the farmers to not go to Delhi, citing security reasons. However, as you can see from the visuals, that the farmers are steadfast in their demands. They have been camping over here since February 13, and it is important to note over here that at least these farmers who are from Samyukt Kisan Morcha and Kisan Mazdoor Sanghatan, these two unions have been at Shambhu border since February 13. Their demands have not been met. We have also witnessed that how because these farmers were first willing to move to Delhi in their tractors and Tory, and that also resulted in a kind of a showdown between the government machinery and the farmers, in which the farmers were prevented of moving towards Delhi. Now the farmers have changed the tactic and they now would be moving towards Delhi through their foot or through walking. However, again, citing security reasons, we have witnessed that how the government machinery have prevented of doing so, and this again in a way can result in a kind of an altercation and a showdown among farmers. The farmers are steadfast in their demands that they want the minimum support price, which has been guaranteed to them earlier, be implemented. They are also saying that they are not willing to accept the demand of contract farming. And I would just request my video journalists to just show the visual of. I would just request my video journalists to just show the visuals, because the farmers continue to congregate over here. They've also rejected the demand of contract farming. So yes, even though the government has given them the offer to talk, it is now going to be interesting to see that with another showdown brewing between the government machinery and another government machinery, will they this thing. I'll also try to have a word with the farmers and try to make the people. सर क्या डिमांड है आपकी? आज आप मतलब जाओगे?
हाँ जी, हाँ जाऊंगा।
दिल्ली की तरफ?
हाँ जाऊंगा।
अच्छा, क्या मतलब डिमांड्स क्या है आपकी सर? क्यों?
ਪਿਛਲੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ 20 ਵਾਲਾ ਸੀਗਾ, ਉਹਦੀਆਂ ਮੰਨੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਮੰਗਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਗੂ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਅਸੀਂ 13 ਫਰਵਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਿਆ ਸੀਗਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਢੰਗ ਨਾਲ दिल्ली पहुंचना चाहते थे, पर हरियाणा की सरकार ने।
अगर से सरकार आपको फिर से बोले बातचीत करने के लिए, क्या आप जाएंगे? खुले मन से जाएंगे, खुले दिल से बातचीत करने जाएंगे? बिकॉज हम नहीं चाहते कि आप लोग फिर से मतलब विरोध प्रदर्शन करना। हमें भी दुख होता है कि आप यहाँ पे मतलब बहुत देर से
शांति ढंग नाल ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ हैं, शांति ढंग नाल ही अगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, पर सरकार सानू अगे बढ़न तो रोकती है।
ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕੀ डिमांड है? आपकी क्या डिमांड है? आज क्या मतलब क्या योजना है? कितने बजे?
ਜੋ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਮੇਂ ਤੇ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੰਗਾਂ ਦਾ ਵਾਅਦਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਲਾਗੂ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਭਰੋਸਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਠਾਇਆ ਸੀਗਾ, ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 2 ਸਾਲ ਇਹਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 2 ਸਾਲ ਡਿੱਕਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 13 ਫਰਵਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਘੋਲ ਚਾਲੂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਹੁਣ ਵੀ 10 ਸਾਢੇ 10 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੇ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਈਂ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੁਣੀ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਸਾਡਾ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਜਥਾ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਲਈ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ। ਅੱਜ 101 ਦਾ ਜਥਾ ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਅੱਜ ਤੋਂ, ਮਤਲਬ ਕਿ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਦੀ ਰੂਟੀਨ ਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਕ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਥੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਭੇਜਾਂਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਜੋ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਸਾਡਾ ਅੰਦੋਲਨ ਆ। ਪਰ ਜੇਕਰ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੋਈ ਤਕਰਾਰਬਾਜ਼ੀ ਕਰਦੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ, ਪਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਇਸ ਮਕਸਦ ਨਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ਾਂਤਮਈ ਦਿੱਲੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਆਪਣੀਆਂ ਮੰਗਾਂ ਮਨਵਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲਾਗੂ ਕਰਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
So you just heard that these farmers in Gurmukhi or in Punjabi just mentioned that they would be wanting to go to Delhi in a peaceful way in walking. However, as we have witnessed earlier, that there continues to be a kind of a showdown which continues to brew between the farmers union and the government machinery, and thereby a key challenge for the government machinery as well as the farmers now would be to make sure that this protest march, which has been continuing for a long time, takes place in a peaceful manner, because we have seen earlier that how there has been some dramatic events and there has been some amount of violence also which has been witnessed earlier. So we hope that this protest march is going to be resolved peacefully, and everyone, the government machinery as well as the farmers at the end would be contented with the outcome eventually. Back in the studio.
Thank you, Piyush, for those details coming in from the ground zero. In fact, we've also gotten reactions from Sarvan Singh Panderi, the farmer leader. Let's listen in.
देखिए, हमारी ओर से सरकार के साथ कोई गतिरोध नहीं है। हम ऐसी आशा पहले भी करते थे भी केंद्र वार्ता का दरवाज़ा खोले, बैठकर जो किसानों की जो मांगे हैं, जो स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री 2011 में एक चिट्ठी लिखते हैं उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री को, जब मुख्यमंत्री थे, जब वो कंज्यूमर अफेयर कमेटी के चेयरपर्सन थे, भी एमएसपी को पक्का करिए। 2018 में जो खेतीबाड़ी मंत्रालय की चिट्ठी हमारे पास है कि C250 के अनुसार आपको फसलों के दाम देंगे। 2021 दिसंबर की चिट्ठी हमारे पास है, जब उन्होंने कहा था हम एमएसपी को व्यापक बनाएंगे। वही जो कमिटमेंट्स सरकार ने कह रखी है वही हमारी मांगे हैं।
सर, जो बातचीत हुई थी, क्योंकि आप 13 फरवरी से यहाँ पे अपना मतलब एक किस्म का प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, अपना विरोध जता रहे हैं, और बहुत सारे किसान यहाँ पे मतलब 13 फरवरी से जुटे हुए हैं। सरकार ने आपसे बातचीत भी की थी, वो बातचीत बदकिस्मती से विफल रही। अगर उस मुद्दे को लेकर सरकार आपसे फिर से बातचीत करना चाहे, क्या आप खुले मन से फिर से मतलब उस पर बात करना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, हमने पहले भी बोल रखा है कि हम वार्ता के लिए सदा ही तैयार हैं। जो वार्ता पिछली बार टूटी थी तो वो पीयूष गोयल जी जो बोले थे भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग करेंगे, ये हमारी डिमांड नहीं थी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग की। हम एमएसपी पे खरीद की गारंटी का कानून चाहते हैं कि हमारी फसल मंडी में बिकने की गारंटी हो जाए। तो जो वो प्रस्ताव लेके आए थे वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फार्मिंग की लेके आए थे, और इसमें ये भी लिखा हुआ था जो धान छोड़ेगा उसको हम लोग उस फसल की खरीद करेंगे। इस तरह की शर्तें थी जो देश के हित में नहीं थी, इसलिए हमने वो प्रस्ताव को मंजूर नहीं किया। देश के व्यापारी ने, ट्रांसपोर्टर ने और आम जनता ने सुख का साथ लिया। अभी अब पैदल जा रहे हैं तो शंभू बॉर्डर खुलेगा। जब उनको लगा भी ये कि दो राज्यों की सीमा ना होकर ऐसे लगता है देश की अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा है।
बस लास्ट सवाल है सर, देखिए बहुत दुख होता है किसानों को, मतलब ठंडी में मतलब यहाँ रहकर, अब आप ठंडी में भी रहे हैं, आप गर्मी में भी रहे हैं, बरसात में भी रहे हैं, बहुत दुख होता है देखकर। अगर आपको सरकार फिर से पहल करे और खुले मन से मतलब आप खुले दिल से बोले कि चलो पहल करें, क्या आप भी कुछ कंसीड करेंगे? कुछ सरकार भी कंसीड करेगी, कुछ आप भी कंसीड करें? क्योंकि हम चाहते नहीं कि किसान इतनी देर तक बैठे रहे सर, बहुत दुख होता है देखकर।
हम तो भगवान से दुआ करते हैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री, गृह मंत्री को सद्बुद्धि दे, हमारी माने ना माने अपने उपराष्ट्रपति जी की मान ले, वार्ता करें, वार्ता में बैठेंगे, फिर आगे की बात चलेगी।
Viewers, now let's turn our focus to Maharashtra with Eknath Shinde taking oath as the Deputy Chief Minister of the state. Attention is now shifting to the crucial task of portfolio allocation. In fact, decisions on the distribution of key ministries are likely to take place on Friday, sources close to the development have revealed. In fact, the talks will involve Shinde, the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and other senior leaders, particularly from the BJP. The allocation of portfolios is expected to be a delicate balancing act, with both parties seeking to assert their influence in the new government. With Shiv Sena faction led by Shinde, which has been demanding key portfolios, including the coveted Home Ministry. However, the BJP is likely to resist these demands given its own strengths and priorities in the state. In fact, viewers, hours after taking their oaths, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and his deputies Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde took charge of their responsibilities at the state secretariat. In his first decision as the CM, the BJP leader approved monetary help to a Pune-based family. Watch this report for all the details.
मी देवेंद्र सरिता गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
After more than 10 days of suspense, Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as Chief Minister of Maharashtra on Thursday evening. Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar, whose stellar returns in last month's election boosted the Maha alliance to a thumping win, were sworn in as Deputy Chief Ministers. Shortly after taking their oaths, all three paid floral tributes to Maratha icon Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Dr. Ambedkar at Mantralay. Followed by Fadnavis signing his first file as the new Chief Minister, a medical assistant check. In his first remark after taking charge, CM Fadnavis outlined his vision for the state.
पिछले पूरे साल में हमको जितना एफडीआई मिला उसका 90% एफडीआई 6 महीने में मिल गया. तो आप समझ सकते हो कि कितना इनफ्लो इंडस्ट्री का आ रहा है और जल्दी ही कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज की घोषणाएं मैं करूंगा. मेरी बातचीत अंतिम चरण में है कि जिनको महाराष्ट्र को पाकर उन इंडस्ट्रीज को पाकर बहुत महाराष्ट्र को खुशी होगी, ऐसी कई इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ मेरी चर्चा अंतिम चरण में है.
A special session has been called by CM Fadnavis on December 7. All legislators will take their oaths on that day. It must be noted that in his third term, Fadnavis is seizing the reins when there's a huge debt on the exchequer. As Chief Minister, he will also have to find a solution to the demands for Maratha reservations. As if these challenges were not enough, Fadnavis will have to run the government along with two ambitious allies. Meanwhile, with a strong mandate in favor of the Maha alliance, expectations from the government are sky high.
Viewers, now let's turn our focus to Bangladesh, where months after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina as Prime Minister, Bangladesh has now begun the process of erasing the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, her father and the iconic figure behind the founding of the country. From its currency notes, Bangladesh Bank is printing new notes, including in them features of the July uprising. The Dhaka Tribune has reported on Thursday, referring to the student-led protest that forced Hasina to flee to India on August 5th. Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus took charge as chief advisor as the head of an interim government. A major news break coming in this morning from Bangladesh, where months after the ouster of Sheikh Hasina as Prime Minister, Bangladesh has begun to erase the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the founding father of the country and Sheikh Hasina's father, from the currency notes. Now, Bangladesh Bank is printing new notes, including features from the July uprising. Viewers, I'd like to bring in my colleague Samiksha, who's joining us live from the newsroom. Samiksha, take us through this. This is something that is not heard of. It doesn't happen very often that the founding father, whose images are imprinted on the currency notes, is erased. How is this likely to pan out really for Bangladesh right now?
Well, absolutely, Priyanka. And this once again highlights how Bangladesh is descending into complete dictatorship under Muhammad Yunus regime. We are given to understand that the process has already begun to remove the images of Mujibur Rahman from the currency notes. In fact, a statement that's also been issued by a bank official, the Bangladesh bank official, who's confirmed that the process has begun for printing new banknotes of Taka 20, 100, 500 and 1000 denominations without Rahman's image image. Instead, the notes will have images. They will have graffiti of the uprising during the ouster of Sheikh Hasina a few months ago. In fact, the Finance Ministry has also confirmed the same, that there are plans to redesign all currency notes and that the process has already begun. A statement that's also coming in from the Bangladesh Bank Executive Director himself, who says that the new bank notes will not include the image of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. In fact, Priyanka, also to add here that Mujibur Rahman is one of the most revered figures when it comes to Bangladesh. It's the history that Bangladesh has had during the 1971 Liberation War as well. The former president, who's a revered figure, the father of Sheikh Hasina as well. So we've seen, in fact, the images that were witnessed during the ouster of Sheikh Hasina when the statue of Mujibur Rahman was vandalized by those radical elements. This incident, in fact, this particular diktat by the Muhammad Yunus regime once again highlights how the country is descending into complete chaos. There is completely anarchy mindset which stands exposed, and how Bangladesh in many ways is turning into mini Pakistan. Priyanka.
Thank you, Samiksha, for those details coming in. A very unusual take where the founder of the country and whose images are imprinted on the currency notes will soon be erased. As the countdown for next year's union budget begins, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will begin the pre-budget consultation starting today with economists and stakeholders. Here's a special report. Take a look.
The countdown for the next 2025 budget has begun as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will kick off a pre-budget consultation starting today. These consultations will involve discussions with various stakeholders and prominent economists. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will seek insights from economists and their outlook and potential strategies for next union budget. Meanwhile, India's GDP growth has slowed down and even dipped to a 7-quarter low of 5.4% in the second quarter of current financial year. Notably, this would be the 8th budget that will be presented by Nirmala Sitharaman.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Good morning and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And Devendra Fadnavis has taken over as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It remains to be seen what are the portfolios that will get divided for the Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. We'll track that and much more for you, but first the headlines. Winter session showdown intensifies. Congress workers to protest over Adani issue at the Parliament. Farmers to lay siege to the national capital. Shambhu border fortified. Big churn in UP Congress. Mallikarjun Kharge dissolves UP Congress unit. Party to select a new leadership. Oath-taking done. Now focus on Maharashtra cabinet allocation. Key talks to be held today. Big charge on Pakistan's face. ICC reaches consensus on hybrid model. India to play its matches in Dubai.
Till that time, India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's a right decision made by the BCCI.
Anurag Thakur hails the ICC's decision, says safety for Indians paramount, calls out terror haven Pakistan. After toppling Hasina government and downing the statue of the father of the nation, Yunus government to wipe off Mujibur Rahman's face from currency notes. Viewers, we have a breaking news coming in. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is scheduled to visit Russia from the 8th of December to the 10th of December. He will be a part of the commission of Fragile Tushil and India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on Military. Rajnath Singh will also meet President Putin in Moscow ahead of his visit to India. Now let us remind you that this will be one of the very maiden visits for Rajnath Singh to Russia since the Russia-Ukraine war. Rajnath Singh, the Defense Minister of India, is going to visit Russia for an India-Russia Intergovernmental Commission on the Military. He will also be meeting President Putin in Moscow ahead of his visit to India. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh will visit Russia from the 8th to the 10th of December this year. And viewers, in another breaking news, BRS MLC K. Kavitha put under house arrest. This comes after BRS party gave a call to protest at Ambedkar statue over the arrest of the party leaders like Harish Rao, Jagdish Reddy, Kaushik Reddy yesterday. This is a classic BRS versus the Congress in Telangana. BRS MLC K. Kavitha has been put under house arrest. And it comes after the BRS party gave a call to protest at Ambedkar statue over the arrest of the party leaders like Harish Rao, Jagdish Reddy, Kaushik Reddy yesterday. Just yesterday, in fact, K. Kavitha was also paying a visit to Harish Rao in his house after his arrest. In fact, in today, BRS MLC K. Kavitha has herself been put under house arrest. There is a crackdown after clarion call for protest by the BRC at the Ambedkar statue. A classic BRS versus Congress in Telangana. We have Aneri live with us, joining us to get us more on the story. Aneri, tell us, how did this happen? Things have escalated so far in the classic BRS versus Congress in Telangana. Just yesterday, only 3 leaders were arrested, but today even K. Kavitha has been nabbed. So what is happening?
Well, that's right. What we have been seeing is that this comes after the BRS party had given a call to stage a protest at Ambedkar statue following the arrest. They have been calling, BRS party has been calling this as an illegal arrest of its party leaders and former ministers. Remember, yesterday it was Harish Rao, Jagdish Reddy and Kaushik Reddy and other leaders of the party were arrested and shifted to police station. This comes days after. Just 2 days back, we had seen how Kaushik Reddy was seen threatening the police officer, the SHO at the Banjaras police station, and that's the reason why there was a case which was booked against Kaushik Reddy, following which we saw how the leaders, Harish Rao, Jagdish Reddy and other leaders who were trying to go and meet Kaushik Reddy, they were put under house arrest, and now after they have been released last night, now we see that the BRS party had given a call today to stage protest at Ambedkar statue. They have been calling it as an illegal arrest, and now we see that how BRS party has now called it as an illegal arrest. And also not only that, but also at the same time we have been seeing that now K. Kavitha and other leaders have also been put under house arrest. K. Kavitha, who happens to be the BRS MLC and former Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's daughter, she has been put under house arrest as to not to go ahead and protest at the Ambedkar statue. That's the reason why we see that K. Kavitha also has been put under house arrest.
Right, Aneri. Thank you so much. We will keep on to the story as and when developments happen, and we will get you the minute-by-minute developments. But for now, breaking on to Narain Singh Chora, accused of attempting to shoot Shiromani Akali Dal chief Sukhbir Singh Badal, who was serving penance at the Golden Temple and continues to do so, has been sent to 3 days of police custody. Republic confronted the shooter. Take a look at this report.
Narain Singh Chora, the man who attempted to kill former Punjab CM Sukhbir Singh Badal, has been sent to police custody. Chora, a Khalistani sympathizer, was sent to a 3-day police custody. Republic confronted the Khalistani sympathizer. Take a look.
नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, आपने सुखबीर सिंह बादल पे अटैक क्यों किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, किसके कहने पे आपने ये अटैक किया? नारायण सिंह चौरा, किसके कहने पे आपने ये अटैक किया?
Republic also spoke to Chora's lawyer. Listen in.
That is a scripted story. I think one day before the occurrence, all the houses, 2 houses of the accused has been searched, and then the articles, CCTV cameras and all DVRs and other articles has been seized. We have moved an application before the learned ACGM and for
searched by whom?
Same.
Searched by whom? Which unit?
The police has searched.
Which division?
Seized. I think it is Gurdaspur, Batala district.
And how many days remand police has asked for in this case?
7 days. They asked for 7 days.
And how many days?
They granted for 3 days.
So at this point in time, what was the merit of the case, or on what ground basically the remand has given?
Basically, it was not an attempt. It was just whatever. It was not. They are saying what is the mens rea. We till date we are not aware about the mens rea. Because of that, we need remand. But since the last 24 hours, if the police did not get the mens rea, then what would be the next investigation?
You must have spoken to Mr. Chora. What did he say? Why did he attack Mr. Sukhbir Singh Badal?
No, he has not.
His lawyer?
No, he has not disclosed anything.
He hasn't said anything?
No, he has.
There must be some motive behind it. You are his lawyer.
There is no motive.
Then why did he attack?
There might be some grudge.
What kind of grudge?
Scrimmage, whatever the things has been. again, whatever the things has been done by the Sukhbir Singh Badal against the Sikh community and against the Guru Granth Sahib and all that, whatever he has been confessed, I think he was not happy with the punishment which has been given by the SGPC or by the Akal Takht, and because of that, that's why
is that the personal motive, or is there any larger conspiracy behind it?
There is no conspiracy. There is only, I think there is only thoughts of that person, individual thoughts of, there is no conspiracy.
Meanwhile, speaking to Republic, ACP Jaspal Singh shared the investigation into the case so far.
Right, I'm joined by senior officer from Punjab Police, Mr. Jaspal Singh. How many demands days you have asked for the police from the judge?
We are obtaining 3 days full remand of Narayan Singh Chawda.
Initially, how many days you have asked? You have got 3 days remand.
Yes, we are obtaining 3-day remands.
Right, and what was the motive behind it? Did he say anything during the interrogation?
Development of an investigation is telling you later on.
How far the investigation has reached?
Senior officers briefed you about investigation.
On the other hand, Akali leader Bikram Singh Majithia questioned police and the AAP government.
जिस सूबे में एक बड़ा खिलाड़ी कबड्डी का संदीप नंगल अंबिया को मार दिया गया होए, जिस सूबे में पुलिस के हेडक्वार्टर में, पुलिस के थाने में अटैक हो रहे हैं, जिस सूबे में रोज फरहती ली जा रही है, आप समझते हो कि पुलिस को हाथ में कुछ है, सोई पड़ी है.
It must be remembered that on Wednesday, Sukhbir Singh Badal escaped the assassination bid when he was serving penance at the Golden Temple.
Sukhbir Singh Badal arrived at the Takhat Sri Kesgarh Sahib in Anandpur Sahib under heavy security to perform seva for mistakes committed by the SAD government in Punjab from 2007 to 2017. Badal was attacked by a former Khalistani terrorist from a close range at the Golden Temple's entrance, but missed as plainclothes policemen overpowered him. These visuals show exactly that. The person who attempted an assassination bid on Sukhbir was nabbed. We're joined by Lalit, my colleague, live from Amritsar, who is giving us minute-by-minute updates of the story. Lalit, tell us more about it. Are there any confessions that have been made? We heard from a senior police officer from the Punjab government also. But is there any other scoop that we have on this?
If we talk about the investigation in this whole matter, right now, Narayan Singh Chawda has not confessed, and as per the inputs what we are getting from the police officials, police is investigating all the theories. But now, Shiromani Akali Dal senior leader Bikram Singh Majithia have targeted and have alleged the policing of Punjab, especially the way Amritsar Police Commissioner has said that 3-tier security arrangements have been made, but the way an attempt was made to kill and assassinate Sukhbir Singh Badal, the Akali Dal Supreme and the former Deputy CM of Punjab, it seems that there is a lot of deep controversy, deep thing going on there. So police is investigating all the thing, and already Akali Dal have demanded a probe from the judges, CBI probe into whole this matter. Apart from that, if you talk about, it's the 4th day of penance here in Anandpur Sahib. Sukhbir Singh Badal is doing the seva as a guard outside the outside the Anandpur Sahib Kesgarh Sahib Gurdwara, and as per the verdict and directions of the highest temporal body of Sikhs, Shri Akal Takht Sahib. So right now in this whole matter, this slugfest between the Akali leaders and the Aam Aadmi Party, and questions have been raised on the policing of Punjab. But if we talk about the penance, today is the 4th day, and in the visuals also you can see that Sukhbir Singh Badal as a guard is doing seva outside the Kesgarh Sahib Gurdwara, and after that he would be listening to the Kirtan for an hour, and after that he would be cleaning the utensils as per the directions and verdict which has been given by the Akal Takht. So in this whole matter right now, if you talk about slugfest is going on, Akali leaders have leveled serious allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party and on the policing of Punjab. Back to the studio.
Right, Lalit. Thank you so much for staying with us on this story. We will keep tracking all the updates with you as and when they come. But for now, we have another breaking news coming in. A significant breakthrough has emerged regarding the hosting of the 2025 Champions Trophy. The International Cricket Council and the Pakistan Cricket Board have reportedly reached an in-principle agreement to adopt a hybrid model for global tournaments hosted in Pakistan or India until 2027. This model will allow both nations to play their games at ICC tournaments hosted by the other country at a neutral venue. India matches and semi-finals will be played in Dubai. Now, viewers, this comes even after the PCB had not agreed at first to hold these matches in an hybrid model. In fact, the PCB had said in a very strong statement, which they have now made a U-turn from, that India will have to come to Pakistan to play the team. We have Shane live from the newsroom joining us to get us more on the story. Now, Shane, tell us, PCB had earlier said that India will have to go to Pakistan if they want to play the team. But now they're making a massive U-turn on the statement. How has this escalated in a completely opposite direction, in India's favor, in fact?
In fact, look, let's be very, very clear. Everyone expected this to happen when Pakistan said very clearly that, you know, they would not be coming to India, or rather that India would not be coming to Pakistan or would be coming to Pakistan and they'd have to come. We all knew that that was bluster. We all knew that it was a simple case of them posturing and trying to play to the gallery. Everyone knew that once India had made the demand for a hybrid model, then whatever the hybrid model would in fact be adopted. And that's exactly what has happened. That breakthrough being reached was something that was expected. It was always a matter of when and not if. We all knew that the team, the Indian team would not be going to Pakistan, and we all knew that this Champions Trophy would not in fact be possible without India happening, because let's face it, India drives not only fan interest but more importantly a lot of revenue into the game, and the Champions Trophy will be making a comeback after 8 years at this point in time. The ICC not only want but need this to be a success, and it cannot be a success financially and economically and from a fan perspective without an India-Pakistan game. So Pakistan were always going to have to bow down. It was never really a case of them making a U-turn as it being a surprise, let's say. It was always going to be a case of them making that U-turn, but on their own conditions. They had to put in a bit of bluster. They had to make a few demands and make it seem like they were driving a hard bargain when the ball, truth be told, was never really in their court.
Right, Shane, right. Thank you so much. We will keep on to the story. We have another breaking news coming in. The BJP has tore into the Congress and its indie partners over their continued theatrics both inside and outside Parliament. The Indie bloc is going to protest outside the Parliament over the Adani issue. And this is not the first day. The winter session, which is being stalled day after day, is over the ruckus in the protest created or lodged by the opposition. In fact, even yesterday, both the houses were adjourned over protests by the opposition. And the protests were on similar lines. It was over the Adani issue. And this comes even after Adani, including Adani Green Energy Limited, has denied all charges of bribery pressed against them by the US. But the Indie bloc is still going to protest outside the Parliament and take over another day of the winter session. In fact, viewers, let us remind you that yesterday also the Rajya Sabha was adjourned and then it continued after a brief pause. However, the Lok Sabha remained adjourned for hours and only resumed operations at 2 p.m. These are the live visuals from outside the Parliament, where Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is seen protesting against the Adani issue. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has also just stepped down. The Congress has been, and the Indie bloc has been protesting in the Parliament over the same issue again and again. We'll get you more on this story, but first it's time to slip into a short break.
the challenge is going to be still there because the Haryana government machine.
Farmers will hold a Delhi Chalo march today and they have reached the Shambhu border. This comes even as the traffic inside Delhi and nearing areas is burdening up because of the protests. We'll get you this and much more on the other side of this short break. Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic. And now, France has slipped into a political crisis after the parliament ousted French Prime Minister Michel Barnier. French Prime Minister has submitted his resignation, while he will still be in office until the new government is appointed. French President Macron is expected to announce the new prime ministerial face, Emmanuel Macron, in upcoming days. Watch this report.
As France plunges into a political turmoil, French President Emmanuel Macron will announce a new prime minister in coming days.
C'est pourquoi je nommerai dans les prochains jours un Premier ministre. Je le chargerai de former un gouvernement d'intérêt général, représentant toutes les forces politiques d'un arc de gouvernement qui puisse y participer ou à tout le moins qui s'engage à ne pas le censurer. Le Premier ministre aura à mener ses consultations et former un gouvernement resserré à votre service. Sa priorité sera le budget.
After losing a vote of no confidence in National Assembly, French Prime Minister Michel Barnier submitted his resignation. Although he will remain in office as caretaker until a new government is appointed, a total of 331 out of 577 lawmakers voted against Barnier's fragile government, forcing him to step down. His removal followed his controversial 2025 budget proposal, which included austerity measures. Barnier argued that this was necessary to stabilize France's finances, but it triggered widespread condemnation. This is the first French government which was defeated in no confidence motion since 1962, making him France's shortest-serving prime minister. Choosing a successor will prove to be a delicate task for Macron, considering that he will have to appease lawmakers on both extremes of French politics. Meanwhile, French National Rally leader Marine Le Pen Barnier is the sole reason for his downfall.
I don't have any illusion that a new government will help. We have seen these past couple of years, Macron has only had nominated more and more right, even far-right ministers these past couple of years. So I don't think that a new government will change anything.
While French citizens took to the streets to protest proposed layoffs and budget cuts in the public sector, France is now hurtling towards the end of a volatile year with no prime minister or a budget.
Bangladesh has urgently recalled the heads of its Deputy High Commission in Kolkata and the Assistant High Commission in Agartala. This has sparked new tension between Dhaka and New Delhi. We'll get you this and much more right after a short break. Critically acclaimed film Lapata Ladies is India's official entry for the Oscars 2025. Celebrated actor Aamir Khan started campaigning for the widely loved film and was joined by the film's director Kiran Rao. The film is set to be screened in BAFTA headquarters ahead of BAFTA Awards. Comedian and actor Sunil Pal, who went missing after travelling outside Mumbai for a show, has now been found. A police complaint was lodged by Pal's wife after she was unable to reach him for several hours. The actor has shared his story and the harrowing 24 hours he endured after being kidnapped. Pal was invited to perform a comedy show at a private birthday party and was kidnapped on the way. The comedian was taken to a secluded place by armed vigilance. The kidnappers then asked him for 20 lakhs in ransom. Sunil Pal further shared that the kidnappers also gave him 20,000 rupees to get back to Mumbai. Farmers will hold the Delhi Chalo March today at the Shambhu border. We'll get you this and much more right after a short break. The second test match of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy series, the Pink Ball Test match, will be played at the Adelaide Oval from the 6th of December 2024. India, after defeating Australia by 295 runs in the first test that was played in Perth, are 1-0 up in the series. India are the defending champions of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy and have also defeated Australia 4 consecutive times. India defeated Australia in 2018 and 2020, and they'd want to replicate the same this time around too. When India travelled to Australia for the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy, this time, nobody had given them any chance of winning the series. India were coming off a 3-0 home series loss against New Zealand, and Australia were deemed to be the clear favourites. In Rohit Sharma's absence, Jasprit Bumrah led the team from the front and tamed the Australian batters with this stellar bowling performance. Bumrah picked 8 wickets in the first test and led India to an iconic victory in Perth. Jasprit Bumrah seems to have gotten into the heads of the Australians, and rightly so. After all the happenings in the Perth test, no Australian batter seems to have any answers to Bumrah's bowling. Bumrah's performances also invited comparisons from the former Australian pacer Glenn McGrath. Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, while speaking on the ICC review, hailed Jasprit Bumrah as the greatest pacer across formats. Ponting also shared his point of view on Bumrah versus McGrath debate and who, according to him, is more effective. Ponting reckoned that, according to him, Bumrah is India's greatest fast bowler. The former Australian skipper also said that many Indian greats before him didn't play all 3 formats as much as he has. According to Ponting, Curtly Ambrose was the same, Glenn McGrath was the same, and like any of the great fast bowlers, they used to make scoring difficult. Adelaide and pink ball test match are 2 words which are enough to haunt the Indian fans. Last time, when India played in Adelaide, the Australians bundled them out for 36 odd runs, which is still fresh in the memory of the Indian cricket team fans. India eventually went on to win that series and made a remarkable comeback, but Australia have never lost a match in Adelaide, and that makes things a touch difficult for India.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 10 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Maha swearing is done. Maha government formation is done. Now all eyes are on Maha portfolio allocation, and discussions will be held on that in Maharashtra today. We'll get you all the latest from Mumbai, but first a quick check on the headlines we are tracking. As Mahayuti 2.0 takes shape, focus shifts to Maha cabinet allocation. Key talks to be held today. Delhi borders fortified and prohibitory orders clamped as farmers resume protest march to Parliament. Winter session showdown intensifies. Congress workers to protest over Adani issue at the Parliament yet again. All eyes on monetary policy by RBI, likely to keep repo rate steady at 6.5% for the 11th straight time.
India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's the right decision made by the BCCI.
Big slap on Pakistan's face. ICC reaches consensus on hybrid model. India to play its matches in Dubai. Bangladesh descends into complete anarchy. Yunus orders removal of Mujibur Rahman's images from currency notes. US State Department spokesperson expresses concerns over human rights violations under Yunus administration. We have some big breaking news coming in from Bangladesh viewers. Yunus administration has now recalled its envoys from India, especially from Kolkata and Agartala. Its Deputy High Commission in Kolkata and its Assistant High Commission in Agartala. These envoys have been recalled by Bangladesh. This following last week's attack on the Agartala mission and protests outside Kolkata mission. And this comes amid acting Deputy High Commissioner and Assistant High Commissioner's directions to return to Dhaka. This was issued by the Yunus administration on Tuesday, and now they have officially recalled the two envoys from Kolkata and Tripura. A diplomatic row is also following.
In line with the trend in the last few years, central banks were once again put to the ultimate test to stabilize their economies against continuous, colossal and complex shocks. Central banks are constantly adapting to the new global economic and financial landscape created by geopolitical conflicts, geoeconomic fragmentation, financial market volatility and continuing uncertainties, all of which are testing the resilience of the global economy. The last mile of disinflation is turning out to be prolonged and arduous, both for the advanced economies as well as the emerging market economies, that is the EMEs. Maintaining macroeconomic and financial stability and building buffers continue to be the lodestar, especially for the emerging market economies. In India, notwithstanding the recent aberration in growth and inflation trajectories, the economy continues its journey on a sustained and balanced path towards progress. Amidst the reshaping of the global economy, India is well positioned to benefit from the emerging trends as it forges ahead on a transformative journey. Let me now turn to the decisions and deliberations of the Monetary Policy Committee, which met on 4th, 5th and today 6th December. After detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, because monetary policy is forward-looking, so we have to always look at the outlook, the Monetary Policy Committee decided by a majority of 4:2 to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5%. Consequently, the standing deposit facility, that is SDF rate, remains at 6.25%, and the marginal standing facility, that is the MSF rate, and the bank rate at 6.75%. The MPC also decided unanimously to continue with the neutral stance and to remain unambiguously focused on a durable alignment of inflation with the target, while supporting growth. I shall now briefly set out the rationale for these decisions. The MPC took note of the recent slowdown in the growth momentum, which translates into a downward revision in the growth forecast for the current year. Going forward into the second half of this year and the next year, the MPC assessed the growth outlook to be resilient, but warranting close monitoring. Inflation, on the other hand, surged above the upper tolerance band of 6% in October, driven by a sharp uptick in food inflation. Food inflation pressures are likely to linger in Q3 of the current financial year and start easing only from the Q4 of the current financial year, that is from January to March. And we expect that this is the trend, and it will be backed by seasonal correction in vegetables prices, Kharif harvest arrivals, likely good Rabi output, and adequate cereal buffer stocks. High inflation reduces the disposable income in the hands of consumers and dents private consumption, which negatively impacts the real GDP growth. The increasing incidence of adverse weather events, heightened geopolitical uncertainties, and financial market volatility pose upside risks to inflation. The MPC believes that only with durable price stability can strong foundations be secured for high growth. The MPC remains committed to restoring the inflation growth balance. I repeat, the MPC remains committed to restoring the inflation growth balance in the overall interest of the economy. Accordingly, the MPC decided to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5% in this meeting, and also to continue with the neutral stance of monetary policy, as it provides flexibility to monitor and assess the outlook on inflation and growth, and then go on to act appropriately. I would now like to provide an assessment of growth and inflation, and I would like to begin with the global growth scenario. The global economy has shown unusual resilience in 2024, despite several headwinds.
Well, that was the governor of the RBI giving us insights into how India's economy is, and the repo rate remains largely unchanged. Priyanka is joining me live from the newsroom. Priyanka, the key takeaways are that the Indian economy is on the right path. There is growth. The growth is also resilient, is what the RBI governor was informed by the MPC, and the repo rate remains unchanged. Take us through these key takeaways.
That's right, Deepak. In fact, the decision to keep the rate unchanged at 6.5%, it was along expected lines, really, as Shakti Kanta Das also emphasized that the focus is on taming inflation rate, which is currently at about 6%. And in fact, the GDP growth too that he mentioned in October has slowed down to a two-year growth of 5.4%, which definitely had impacted with the decision to keep the unchanged rate at 6.5%. Do note that this is in fact the 11th time, in fact the consecutive meeting, for the 11th time that the repo rate has been kept unchanged. It was last hiked in February 2023, in fact. Also, this is in the meeting, as you mentioned as well, Deepak, that Shakti Kanta Das has emphasized not only the price stability but also the resilient Indian economy. But he has also highlighted that the inflation rate, which has been a concern for the last couple of quarters, due to the really persistent rise in food prices, is something that they will also closely keep an eye out for the next couple of quarters. In fact, when we spoke to some experts, they were also of the opinion that it was likely to be unchanged at 6.5%, the repo rate. And there are expectations, though, that in the next meeting, which will be held in February 2025, there might be a possibility of a rate hike, a rate cut. But this is, again, considering the economic indicators that we might witness in the next couple of months, and give us more economic cues, really, as to what to expect. But as of now, as the major thing that Shakti Kanta Das has been mentioning is that the focus is on keeping the repo rate unchanged at 6.5%, but the stance is going to also be kept at neutral, which was last changed in the October meeting. Over to you.
Right, Priyanka, many thanks for joining me with those insights. Well, those were the key takeaways from the RBI governor's address. Thank you, Priyanka, for bringing us those updates from the business desk. Let's now move on, viewers, because Bangladesh, the situation in Bangladesh is very concerning, and in fact, the American State Department Hindustani spokesperson has also flagged concerns about what's happening in Bangladesh. You know, violations of human rights have also been raised by the spokesperson, Margaret McLeod. She has expressed concerns, saying that US desires for a healthy democracy that protects human rights. And she was speaking on the developments and remarked that the news from Bangladesh is very, very worrisome, and affirmed that the US is closely observing the situation while hoping for an environment where people can live freely and follow their faith. The American State Department Hindustani spokesperson McLeod has expressed concerns about the human rights violations in Bangladesh. Remember, the minority community, Hindus, are constantly under threats in Dhaka, and in view of the prevalent situation, US has also flagged its concern. Let's listen in.
अमेरिका बांग्लादेश के लिए एक पायदार स्वतंत्र लोकतंत्र देखना चाहते हैं जिसमें हर व्यक्ति की मानवीय अधिकार माना जाता है और वो खबरें जो हम अभी बांग्लादेश से सुन रहे हैं वो काफी तफ्तीशनाक है, काफी चिंताजनक है और हम ध्यान से देख रहे हैं। यही हम जानते हैं कि एक मुकदमा अभी चल रहा है और हम समझते हैं कि लोकतंत्र में एक अच्छे से फंक्शनिंग अदालती निज़ाम की ज़रूरत है और हमारी उम्मीद है, हमारी आशा है कि वही मुकदमा ठीक से शफाफियत से चलेगा और वो लोग जो अदालत पे बुला जाए, वकील मिले और हमारी उम्मीद है कि पूरे क्षेत्र में लोग अपने धर्म और अपने विश्वास के मुताबिक जी सकें।
Well, that was the statement, viewers, that people should be able to follow their religion in Bangladesh without any concern. Those were the closing remarks of the US spokesperson. She said that there are human rights violations and the situation is very alarming, and that it is time to create an environment where everybody can live freely. We have Samiksha joining me live from the newsroom. Samiksha, this is a big statement coming in from the US confirming once again how Hindus are constantly under attacks. Finally, somebody is taking note about what's happening with the minority community and flagging these as human rights violations.
Well, that's right, Deepak. And, you know, even as more and more countries are calling out the Yunus administration for what is happening under his administration, the persecution of Hindus, the vandalism of temples, be it the assault on Hindu seers in Bangladesh, there is little that is being done on part of Yunus. Rather, it's entirely the opposite that is happening, what should be happening in Bangladesh at this stage. But taking you through the statement that's been made by the American State Department spokesperson Margaret McLeod, who's expressed concerns, clearly saying that there is violation of human rights under Yunus administration. That being said, Deepak, also to highlight here how Bangladesh is now descending into complete chaos. There is an anarchy mindset. We've seen how Bangladesh is even facilitating hassle-free visas for the Pakistanis in Bangladesh who would want to visit Bangladesh, something which once again highlights how Afghanistan is turning into mini Pakistan for the kind of actions that are taking place under Yunus administration, be it the regressive diktats being passed by Yunus administration, or even the fatwa for that matter that's now been issued against women in Bangladesh, which again highlights how Afghanistan is issuing diktats, Taliban-like diktats, which is making it not just a mini Pakistan, but even something like Afghanistan, where there are regressive diktats against women in Afghanistan. But Deepak, that's a statement that's coming in from the US, highlighting that how the minorities are in grave danger under Yunus administration, and that minorities' rights must be protected, not just of the Hindus, but even the minorities, the Buddhists who've been living in Bangladesh for past many years.
Right, Samiksha, thank you for joining me with those details. Well, it's time for us to move on, viewers, to know what's happening in POK, because protests have broken out against the latest ordinance that has been announced in POK. So widespread protests have erupted. The situation is tense in POK. We have more details coming in as far as the situation is concerned. Controversial presidential ordinance has restricted public gatherings despite its suspension from the POJK Supreme Court on December 3rd. Now, the Joint Awami Action Committee has organized a wheel jam and shutter down strike demanding the repeal of the ordinance and the release of detainees. And the ordinance, which was approved last month by POJK President Barrister Sultan Mahmood, imposed several penalties on public protests and rallies, sparking widespread resentment across the region. Again, there's gross human rights violations here as well in POJK. People's gatherings are being cracked down upon by this presidential ordinance, which has restricted public gatherings. Despite the ordinance being suspended, by the POJK Supreme Court on December 3rd. We have Gursimran also live from Jammu. Gursimran, tell us about what's happening in POJK, because the controversial presidential ordinance has attracted a lot of flack from the public.
See, the people are saying that this is a clear violation of the Article 19 that provides them the right to speech and also right to protest against what is happening wrong against them. Because what we have seen in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, that the people have been subjected to the Pakistanis' atrocities, because the region has been converted into a colony, and what the Pakistani administration is doing in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, that is very clear to all. Now, the ordinance that has been passed by the president of the so-called Azad Jammu Kashmir, which is Pakistan illegally occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Barrister Sultan Mahmood, that calls for a clampdown on any kind of protest. That means in Pakistan, if you have to raise your voice, you have to get a nod from the administration, and also you have to be registered. Otherwise, you cannot raise your voice. Against this ordinance, the people of the Pakistan, this all campaign that was led by Joint Awami Committee that has called for a complete ban in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Though this law ordinance has been suspended by the Supreme Court of the Jammu and Kashmir, the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, but what the people say, that it is not about the suspension, but it is about that why such laws are being brought into, because Pakistan has converted the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir into a colony of itself, in which it is selling its resources to the Chinese side, and the people have been left on the mercy of the God, because Pakistan only wants that land to be used for their benefits. And now these kind of diktats that are being given using the Pakistan's ordinance that are coming from presidential ordinance, that clearly says the reality of the on-ground situation, and that is why there have been widespread protests, the Chakka Jam that was called by the Joint Awami Action Committee in Pakistan. And now the government, the PTI, has also extended the supports to the people of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, that their demands are legitimate, but what the president of the POJK is doing is completely illegal, and also the December 3rd decision of the Supreme Court has also said so.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for bringing me those details. Well, it is an autocratic diktat that has been brought in POJK, despite it being quashed by the Supreme Court of Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We'll get you all the latest from there. But first, now, let's take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. Congress MP Manikam Tagore has filed a formal complaint with the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla against BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra. He accused him of making objectionable statements. The complaint comes in the wake of recent remarks by Patra, who linked Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to Soros. In a speech in Parliament, BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi also raised alarms over OCCRP's alleged influence on Indian political landscape. BRS leader Kaushik Reddy was arrested for allegedly threatening and obstructing a police officer. Reddy was taken into custody after a complaint from the Banjara Hills police station inspector. Reddy and his supporters are accused of unlawfully assembling, obstructing public duties and criminal intimidation. Sambal administration has put up posters of those involved in the November 24th violence as police beefed up security in the district. Police also estimated the arson and vandalism damage in the Sambal violence to be worth more than ₹1 crore. Security forces have arrested 2 terror associates and recovered arms and ammunition, including 2 AK-47 rifles in Kashmir's Kulgam district. As per police, accused were acting on the directions of Pakistani handler named Hamza Bhai and were planning to carry out terror activities. Police continue to investigate and uncover more details about the terror network. India and China held talks in the national capital to review the lessons learned from the recent Eastern Ladakh military standoff to prevent confrontations along the contested border. Let's now switch our focus to Karnataka because KS Ishwarappa has now been booked once again for making hate speech in his public rallies. KS Ishwarappa, controversial BJP leader, has done it once again. He has been accused of delivering a hate speech during a protest organized by Hindu Hita Rakshana Samiti and Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal against the detention of Hindus in Bangladesh. The case registered suo motu at Kote police station marks the second such charge against Ishwarappa within 2 weeks for making inflammatory remarks. Well, this is not the first time, viewers. KS Ishwarappa in the past as well has been accused of making several inflammatory remarks, several hate speeches as well. And this complaint, which has been launched now at the Kote police station, is the second one in less than 2 weeks. Now, the latest complaint is allegedly for a hate speech that he delivered during his address organized by Vishwa Hindu Parishad, Hindu Hita Rakshana Samiti and Bajrang Dal. I have my colleague Niranjan also on the phone line. Good morning, Niranjan. KS Ishwarappa has once again done it. He has been accused of spreading hate and making inflammatory remarks. And this is not the first time, right, Niranjan? In the past as well, KS Ishwarappa has faced similar charges.
Well, he's seen as somebody who's, known to speak his mind and a very controversial leader. Controversial in the sense, you can't really stop him, even his own party. Rather, his former party, I should say, because he was in the BJP and he was, he had to resign from the BJP and then he contested as an independent in the last election. And Ishwarappa has been very, very controversial. Like you said, I mean, he's made several speeches in the past. And he's a former deputy chief minister as well, was in the BJP at one point. He's now been booked by the police on charges of hate speech. Second such case in the last 2 weeks due to alleged hate speeches. And the case that was filed yesterday, it's Thursday, was filed suo motu at the Kote police station in Shivamogga. And this was during the protest, which was organized by the Hindu Hita Rakshana Samiti and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal, all Hindu groups. They were protesting essentially the detention of Hindus in Bangladesh, and Ishwarappa had allegedly delivered a hate speech. Now, this is what we know, and he's been booked once again. So far, he has not been, arrested, but he has been booked. This was during a rally that was recently organized to protest the violence and detention of Hindus in Bangladesh. And this is what we know so far. And Ishwarappa had recently been expelled by the BJP for contesting the Lok Sabha elections as an independent candidate. He was expecting the ticket there. He didn't get it. And he had to eventually contest as an independent. And this is what we know so far. We're waiting for an official word from him. And whether the police will take action on their own, because this case itself is a suo motu case, and we're waiting to see if the police call him in for questioning or perhaps take more steps.
Right, Niranjan, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, that was our executive editor, Niranjan, giving us an insight about KS Ishwarappa's latest controversy. He has been accused of delivering hate speech in a rally organized by Hindu Hita Rakshana Samiti, Bajrang Dal and VHP. So all eyes will be on what the official response will be from KS Ishwarappa. Whether he'll justify it or not remains to be seen. With that, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the farmers' protest. Borders have been fortified in a bid to block the farmers from laying siege to the national capital. Stay tuned for all the live and breaking news updates.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And Devendra Fadnavis has taken over as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. It remains to be seen what the portfolio allocation for the Deputy Chief Ministers and their parties will be. We'll track that and much more for you, but first the headlines. As Mahayuti 2.0 takes shape, focus shifts to Maharashtra cabinet allocation. Key talks to be held today.
तो भगवान से दुआ करते हैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री गृह मंत्री को सद्बुद्धि दे, हमारी माने ना माने अपने उपराष्ट्रपति जी की मान ले, वार्ता करें, वार्ता में बैठेंगे फिर आगे की बात चलेगी.
Delhi borders fortified and prohibitory order clamped as farmers resume protest march to Parliament. Winter session showdown intensifies. Congress workers to protest over Adani issue at the Parliament.
Monetary Policy Committee decided by a majority of 4:2 to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5%.
Key interest rate unchanged. RBI keeps repo rate steady at 6.5% for 11th consecutive time.
Till that time, India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's a right decision made by the BCCI.
Big showdown for Pakistan. ICC reaches consensus on hybrid model. India to play its matches in Dubai. Bangladesh descends into complete anarchy. Yunus orders removal of Mujibur Rahman's images from currency notes. In the latest face-off over Sambit Patra's alleged controversial remarks, a privilege motion against Sambit Patra has been moved by Congress MP Hebi Eden. These developments come in the wake of recent remarks made by Sambit Patra, who linked the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to Soros. After BJP drawed Soros' link to Parliament logjam by Congress, Congress MP has moved a privilege motion against Sambit Patra. In the face-off over Sambit Patra's alleged controversial remarks, a privilege motion has been moved against him by the Congress MP Hebi Eden. Now viewers, we can see onto our screen the India Alliance is still protesting amid the ongoing Parliament's winter session. They're protesting over the Adani row. Developments have come in the wake of recent remarks that were made by Patra, who linked the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to Soros. We have Harsha joining us live to get us more on the story. Harsha, what is the privilege motion and it's been moved against Sambit Patra? Tell us more about that.
To defamate or derogatory member of parliament against any other member of parliament in the privilege motion.
We think there are some network issues, but we have to remind you that in the latest face-off over Sambit Patra's alleged controversial remarks, a privilege motion against Sambit Patra has been moved by Congress MP Hebi Eden. Here is what Sambit Patra has to say about this. Take a listen.
भारत का लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन खुद अपने देश के साथ द्रोह कर रहा हो तो स्वाभाविक रूप से यह एक बहुत सीरियस विषय है. कैसे द्रोह कर रहा है? क्या मैं हवा में बात कर रहा हूं? नहीं. ये OCCRP इस मीडिया हाउस ने एक आर्टिकल पब्लिश किया कि ब्राजील ने $324 मिलियन वर्थ कोवैक्सीन जो उन्होंने ऑर्डर किया था कैंसिल कर दिया। इससे भारत के छवि को धूमिल करने की कोशिश की गई, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं वैक्सीन का मार्केट एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉफिटेबल मार्केट कई लोग विश्व में कई लोग बनाते हैं। भारत अकेली ऐसी देश थी जो वैक्सीन मैत्री कर रही थी, जो वैक्सीन बिना पैसे के भी दे रही थी, और पूरे विश्व में भारत ने एक स्थान बना लिया था। आज भी वो स्थान बरकरार है। हमारे वैक्सीन के ऊपर आघात करने के लिए एक आर्टिकल लिखा गया कोवैक्सीन और ब्राजील को लेकर कि ब्राजील ने विड्रॉ किया है ये ऑर्डर, और तुरंत 1 जुलाई 2021 को ये आर्टिकल छपा OCCRP को, और 2 जुलाई 2021 को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बकायदा भारत की सरकार और कोवैक्सीन को घेरे में ले लिया तुरंत। और इसमें पते की बात यह है कि यह विषय कोई नया नहीं था कि OCCRP ने पहली बार 1 जुलाई को छाप दिया। ये जून में भी पता चल चुका था कि ब्राजील कोवैक्सीन नहीं ले रहा है, मगर जब OCCRP ने छापा तब जाके राहुल गांधी ने इस पे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया। अर्थात OCCRP dictates and Rahul Gandhi follows.
Guys, again joining us to get us more on the story. Harsha, same question. Tell us, what is the privilege motion? And after Sambit Patra said that George Soros and Rahul Gandhi are two different people but one souls, the motion has been moved against him in the parliament. What is it and how has the matter escalated? Please take it.
So matter escalated when Sambit Patra yesterday did a press conference, said that there's a direct connection and there's entire chronology why before every parliament session there is some report from the foreign entity, and on the basis of that foreign entity every time there's a ruckus and disruption by the Congress leaders, and how this is all a conspiracy, all is pre-planned, well decided. And after that we saw how the protest was done by the Congress leaders yesterday, but today what we have got to know that the Congress member of Parliament Heidi Eaton has moved a privilege motion against Sambit Patra. In this privilege motion, the right is with the speaker that what action should be taken against the member of parliament if his language was defamatory and derogatory against another member of parliament. And in this case, Congress leader has said that Rahul Gandhi is the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha.
Right, that was our reporter Harsha getting us all the details live from the ground. And meanwhile, we will keep tracking the story, but for now, we will move on. Harsha was tracking the story. Senior BJP MLA Kalidas Kolambar will be made pro-tem speaker today. The event is scheduled at 1 p.m. at the Raj Bhavan in Mumbai. Take a look at this. BJP MLA Kalidas Kolamkar will take oath as the pro-tem speaker of the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly a day before the special 3-day session of the lower house of state legislature begins. Kolamkar, who is a 9-time MLA, he confirmed that he will take oath as the pro-tem speaker at 1 p.m. at the Raj Bhavan today. Governor C.P. Radhakrishnan will administer the oath for him. Kolamkar currently represents the Wadala Assembly constituency in Mumbai. As a pro-tem speaker, he will administer the oath of office to 288 newly elected MLAs. Conduct the assembly. Now, hours after taking their oaths, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and his deputies Ajit Pawar and Eknath Shinde took charge of their responsibilities as the state's secretariats. In his first decision as the Chief Minister, the BJP leader approved monetary help to a Pune family. Watch this report that gets you all the details.
मी देवेंद्र सरिता गंगाधरराव फडणवीस ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
After more than 10 days of suspense, Devendra Fadnavis was sworn in as Chief Minister of Maharashtra on Thursday evening. Eknath Shinde And Ajit Pawar, whose stellar returns in last month's election boosted the Mahayuti alliance to a thumping win, were sworn in as deputy chief ministers. Shortly after taking their oaths, all three paid floral tributes to Maratha icon Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj and Dr. Ambedkar at Mantralay. Followed by Fadnavis signing his first file as the new chief minister, a medical assistant check. In his first remark after taking charge, CM Fadnavis outlined his vision for the state.
पिछले पूरे साल में हमको जितना FDI मिला, उसका 90% FDI 6 महीने में मिल गया। तो आप समझ सकते हो कि कितना इनफ्लो इंडस्ट्री का आ रहा है और जल्दी ही कुछ इंडस्ट्रीज की घोषणा मैं करूंगा। मेरी बातचीत अंतिम चरण में है कि जिनको महाराष्ट्र को पाकर, उन इंडस्ट्रीज को पाकर बहुत महाराष्ट्र को खुशी होगी, ऐसी कई इंडस्ट्रीज के साथ मेरी चर्चा अंतिम चरण में है।
A special session has been called by CM Fadnavis on December 7. All legislators will take their oaths on that day. It must be noted that in his third term, Fadnavis is seizing the reins when there's a huge debt on the exchequer. As Chief Minister, he will also have to find a solution to the demands for Maratha reservations. As if these challenges were not enough, Fadnavis will have to run the government along with two ambitious allies. Meanwhile, with a strong mandate in favor of the Mahayuti alliance, expectations from the government are sky high.
Has called the centre to hold discussions with farmers' unions to end the stalemate. The Delhi police has tightened security at the borders ahead of the Punjab farmers' march to the national capital. The police have barricaded Ambala-Delhi border as the farmers are set to leave from the Shambhu border for Delhi at 1 p.m. today. The announcement to start the march towards the national capital came after two attempts by farmer groups under the banner of the Samyukta Kisan Morcha and Kisan Mazdoor Morcha to reach Delhi in February were stopped by the security forces. We have Gopal Yadav on the issue. Listen in.
गवर्नमेंट को उनकी मांगों को मानना चाहिए, उनसे बात करना चाहिए, उन्हें आंदोलन करने के लिए बेबस नहीं करना चाहिए। अगर सेंटर पर है किसान तो फिर आंदोलन नहीं करना चाहिए था। किसान आंदोलन क्यों कर रहा है? आंदोलन कर रहा है इसके माने उनकी बात नहीं सुनी जा रही। गवर्नमेंट को उनकी मांगों को मानना चाहिए, उनसे बात करना चाहिए, उन्हें आंदोलन करने के लिए बेबस नहीं करना चाहिए। अगर सेंटर पर है किसान तो फिर आंदोलन नहीं करना चाहिए था। किसान आंदोलन क्यों कर रहा है? आंदोलन कर रहा है इसके माने उनकी बात नहीं सुनी जा रही।
Our reporter Piyush is joining us live from the Shambhu border. Piyush, tell us more about what is the protest situation looking like. We know that the Delhi Chalo March is to be started at 1 p.m. from the Shambhu border. Show us around. What are the visuals looking like? What is the environment like right now?
So yes, very quickly, I will just ask my video journalist to show the visuals over here. Over here, you can see that the congregation of farmers has begun and they are preparing themselves to move on foot towards Delhi. Today, a group of close to 100 to 150 farmers is expected to march to Delhi, and if they are not going to be stopped of moving towards Delhi, then there is a likelihood that more of these farmers are going to move towards Delhi. Important to note over here that at Shambhu border, two farm unions, namely the Samyukt Kisan Morcha and the Kisan Mazdoor Morcha, have been protesting since February 13, 2024. Also important to note that they were first planning to move on their trolleys and tractors, but they were prevented from doing so by the government machinery, and failing to do so now, they have changed their tactics, and also with the intervention of court, they have decided that they will try to move towards Delhi by walking. However, again, there can be a kind of a showdown of sorts, because the government machinery has once again cited security reasons, failing which the farmers have once again tried to express their protest. What I'm going to do is I'm also going to have a word with some of the farmers over here to just make our viewers understand about what actually do they feel. सत श्री अकाल पाजी सर ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ आज क्या योजना है, क्या करेंगे आप?
ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ
हिंदी में बोल सकते तो हिंदी में बोलिए सर।
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਕਿਸਾਨ ਮਜ਼ਦੂਰ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਕਮੇਟੀ ਜੋਨ ਬਾਬਾ ਫੌਜਾ ਸਿੰਘ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਸਰਬਜੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਨਾਮ। ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ ਸ਼ੰਭੂ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧਰਨਾ ਲਾਇਆ 10 ਮਹੀਨੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ 12 ਮੰਗਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਸਾਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਇਹ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਮੋਦੀ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ, पर ना बेनती मंजूर होने करके फिर किसानों ने दिल्ली वाल कूच करने का इरादा किया।
सर वो 12 मांगे क्या है सर, क्योंकि बहुत 10 महीने से आप यहाँ पर हो, हमें भी पसंद नहीं है कि आप यहाँ पे बहुत देर तक हो, कि 12 मांगों में से मुख्य मांगे क्या है जो आप चाहते हैं कि सरकार आपकी मांगे पूरी करे?
सब तो पहला साडी जिहड़ी फसल है किसानां दी जिहड़ी पैदा कीती, चाहे वो सब्जियां ने कोई भी फसल है, ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ MSP ਦੀ ਗਰੰਟੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਆ। ਪੱਕਾ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਦੀ फसल पैदा की ਜਾਂਦੀ है ਉਹਦਾ ਪੱਕਾ ਸਮਰਥਨ ਮੁੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਪਾਂ ਮੰਗਦੇ ਆ।
इसमें सरकार क्या बोल रही है आपको?
सरकार बोलती है बस यही आज दे दें कल दे दें, कर देंगे, मांगा पूरी नहीं दे करेंगे, बस वादे तो टल जाती है अपने।
आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे? बताइए।
बोलो जी।
क्या मांगे सर आपकी, मतलब क्या ऐसा
जो पीछे ऐसी 13 महीने दिल्ली में अनशन किया था ना, उस टाइम में तो सरकार ने माना था भी हम आपकी जो MSP उसकी लीगल गारंटी देंगे, वो आज तक नहीं दे रही है, वो उनसे मुकर रही है।
एक और चीज़ मेरे को बताइए कि सरकार ने जो आपसे बातचीत की थी पहले, जो मतलब एक तरह से विफल हो गई, उन्होंने आपसे बोला था कि धान, क्योंकि पंजाब में जो ग्राउंड वाटर है मतलब बहुत इस्तेमाल होता है, धान को थोड़ा कम कीजिए, इसमें आप क्या बोलेंगे?
ਅਸੀਂ इसीलिए तो MSP मांग रहे हैं ना, अगर लीगल गारंटी दे दें, किसी फसल की भी दे दें, ਅਸੀਂ वो ही पैदा करनी शुरू कर देंगे। धान तो हमारी खुराक नहीं है, पंजाब वाले तो खाते नहीं है, लेकिन सारा इंडिया खाता है, लेकिन कल पंजाब वाले नहीं खाते हैं, इस करके ਅਸੀਂ तो उसकी लीगल गारंटी मांग रहे हैं, और फसल की गारंटी दे दें, हम वो बीज लेंगे।
So stay tuned to our channel as we are going to bring you minute-to-minute update of the farmers' protest over here at Shambhu border.
Congress MP Manikam Tagore has filed a formal complaint with the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla against BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra. He accused him of making objectionable statements. The complaint comes in wake of recent remarks made by Patra, who linked Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to Soros. In a speech in Parliament, BJP MP Sudhanshu Trivedi also raised alarms about OCCRP's alleged influence on Indian political landscape. BRS leader Kaushik Reddy was arrested for allegedly threatening and obstructing a police officer. Reddy was taken into custody after a complaint from the Banjara Hills police station inspector. Reddy and his supporters are accused of unlawfully assembling, obstructing public duties and criminal intimidation. Security has been beefed up in the Shambhu district of Uttar Pradesh, where violence broke out last month. This is keeping in view the Babri Masjid demolition day. The Shambhu administration said it will put posters of those involved in the 24th November violence, while estimating the arson and vandalism damage to be worth more than 1 crore rupees. Security forces have arrested 2 terror associates and recovered arms and ammunitions, including 2 AK-47 rifles in Kashmir's Kulgam district. As per the police, the accused were acting on the directions of Pakistani handler Hamza Bhai and were planning to carry out terror activities in the area. The police continue to investigate to uncover more details about the terror network. India and China held talks in Delhi to review the lessons learned from the recent Eastern Ladakh military standoff and to prevent future confrontations along their contested border. The discussions focused on preparations for the upcoming Special Representatives Dialogue on the boundary issue. This marked the first WMCC meeting since the completion of disengagement in Eastern Ladakh. Winter session showdown intensifies. Congress workers to protest over Adani issue at the Parliament today. This and much more right after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. Welcome back, viewers, and we have a big breaking news coming in. A powerful 7-magnitude earthquake struck Northern California's coast early on Thursday, causing pools across the state to shake, as captured in dramatic cell phone footage. The National Weather Service initially issued a tsunami warning for the US West Coast, but later cancelled it. Residents are assessing the impact while staying alert for potential aftershocks. Take a look at this. These visuals are from California, where a powerful 7 8.0 magnitude earthquake struck the coast early on Thursday. Pools across the state were shaking, as captured in dramatic cell phone footage. The National Weather Service initially issued a tsunami warning for the US West Coast, but has now cancelled it. Residents are assessing the impact while staying alert for potential aftershocks. These visuals, viewers, are from Northern California, where a 7.0 magnitude earthquake shook and troubled the entire of North Californian coast. The tsunami warning that was issued earlier by the National Weather Service has now been cancelled. The earthquake's epicenter hit closest to the town of Ferndale in California, which is a small city about 260 miles from north of San Francisco.
The farmer unions have now changed their tactics and have decided to register their dissent by moving towards Delhi by walking. Problem of the farmers who have been camping over here at Shambhu border since February 13. Stay tuned as we bring you minute-to-minute updates of the farmer protest.
The second test match of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy series, the Pink Ball Test match, will be played at the Adelaide Oval from the 6th of December 2024. India, after defeating Australia by 295 runs in the first test that was played in Perth, are 1-0 up in the series. India are the defending champions of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy and have also defeated Australia 4 consecutive times. India defeated Australia in 2018 and 2020, and they'd want to replicate the same this time around too. When India travelled to Australia for the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy this time, nobody had given them any chance of winning the series. India were coming off a 3-0 home series loss against New Zealand, and Australia were deemed to be the clear favourites. In Rohit Sharma's absence, Jasprit Bumrah led the team from the front and tamed the Australian batters with this stellar bowling performance. Bumrah picked 8 wickets in the first test and led India to an iconic victory in Perth. Jasprit Bumrah seems to have gotten into the heads of the Australians, and rightly so. After all the happenings in the Perth test, no Australian batter seems to have any answers to Bumrah's bowling. Bumrah's performances also invited comparisons from the former Australian pacer Glenn McGrath. Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, while speaking on the ICC review, hailed Jasprit Bumrah as the greatest pacer across formats. Ponting also shared his point of view on Bumrah versus McGrath debate and who, according to him, is more effective. Ponting reckoned that, according to him, Bumrah is India's greatest fast bowler. The former Australian.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in. It's 11 a.m. The big story that we are tracking this hour ahead of the Parliament session is BJP drawing Soros link to the Parliament disruptions. We'll get you those details and that statement by the BJP and the reactions coming in. First, the headlines. Fireworks after BJP draws Rahul Soros link amid Parliament disruptions. Congress ups the ante against Sambit Patra. As Mahayuti 2.0 takes shape, focus shifts to Maharashtra cabinet allocation. Key talks to be held today.
तो भगवान से दुआ करते हैं देश के प्रधानमंत्री गृह मंत्री को सद्बुद्धि दे। हमारी माने ना माने अपने उपराष्ट्रपति जी की मान ले, वार्ता करें, वार्ता में बैठेंगे, फिर आगे की बात चलेगी।
Delhi borders fortified and prohibitory orders clamped as farmers resume protest march to the parliament. Winter session showdown intensifies. Congress workers stage protest ahead of the parliament session.
Till that time, India is not willing to play there. The conditions in Pakistan itself is not very sports friendly, not very safe and secure. So I think that's a right decision made by the BCCI.
BJP's in other news that we're tracking, it's a big slap on Pakistan's face. ICC reaches consensus on hybrid model, India to play its matches in Dubai. And Bangladesh descends into complete anarchy. UNIS orders removal of Mujibur Rahman's images from currency notes. Now, privilege motion has been moved by the Congress MP against Sambit Patra after the latter drew George Soros' link to the Parliament Logjam and escalated attack on Rahul Gandhi. These developments come in wake of these remarks by Sambit Patra, who linked Congress Congress leader Rahul Gandhi to George Soros. The Congress upping its ante against BJP's Sambit Patra, who spoke at length on an apparent foreign hand in the parliament disruptions. Listen in first up to that statement, also that reaction coming in from Hebe Eden, the Congress MP who's moved a privilege motion against the BJP leader.
Privilege motion. So what is exactly on which basis the privilege motion has been given?
Listen, one of the greatest parliamentary achievements of our recent history is the acceptance of the role of opposition in the parliamentary democracy process. And leader of opposition is a reputed post where it's a constitutional post. It's quite unfortunate that a colleague of the same house called Sambit Patra has raised serious allegations which is defamatory, which doesn't suit the rules and procedures of the house, and it's not acceptable. And somebody like Rahul Gandhi, who has always stood for the country, has been very used defamatory language against us, and it is now we have filed this motion of privilege, and I hope that the Honourable Speaker would take necessary action for that. And we would like him to withdraw the statement and make an apology.
But till now, what the statement was used by Nishikant Dubey also, after which the protest erupted, such statements have not been expunged also.
Both these statements by Sambit Patra and Nishikant Dubey are defamatory in nature. The only agenda of the government, the treasury bench, is to protect Adani, and these are all diversions, we understand. But our party has, some of the members have also given, senior members have also given privilege motion against Nishikant Dubey as well.
One more thing, Mr. Eden. It's said that now there's a guideline that no opposition leaders can protest at Makardwar, but it's still happening. Also, Parliamentary Affairs Minister has said that today, if it happened, then there could be few suspensions.
Let's see. We are ready for that.
All right, so Hebe Eden there, who's spoken against BJP MP Sambit Patra. The latter raised concerns alleging a foreign hand in the parliament disruptions over the last few days. In a pointed attack by the BJP MP Sambit Patra, the latter said that there is no difference between George Soros and Rahul Gandhi, and that Soros is apparently involved in the parliament disruptions. Listen in to that remark by Sambit Patra.
भारत का लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन खुद अपने देश के साथ द्रोह कर रहा हो तो स्वाभाविक रूप से यह एक बहुत सीरियस विषय है। कैसे द्रोह कर रहा है? क्या मैं हवा में बात कर रहा हूं? नहीं। ये OCCRP, इस मीडिया हाउस ने एक आर्टिकल पब्लिश किया कि ब्राजील ने $324 मिलियन वर्थ कोवैक्सीन जो उन्होंने ऑर्डर किया था कैंसिल कर दिया। इससे भारत के छवि को धूमिल करने की कोशिश की गई, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं वैक्सीन का मार्केट एक बहुत बड़ा प्रॉफिटेबल मार्केट कई लोग विश्व में कई लोग बनाते हैं। भारत अकेली ऐसी देश थी जो वैक्सीन मैत्री कर रही थी, जो वैक्सीन बिना पैसे के भी दे रही थी, और पूरे विश्व में भारत ने एक स्थान बना लिया था। आज भी वो स्थान बरकरार है। हमारे वैक्सीन के ऊपर आघात करने के लिए एक आर्टिकल लिखा गया कोवैक्सीन और ब्राजील को लेकर कि ब्राजील ने विड्रॉ किया है ये ऑर्डर, और तुरंत 1 जुलाई 2021 को ये आर्टिकल छपा OCCRP को, और 2 जुलाई 2021 को कांग्रेस पार्टी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके बकायदा भारत की सरकार और कोवैक्सीन को घेरे में ले लिया तुरंत। और इसमें पते की बात यह है कि यह विषय कोई नया नहीं था कि OCCRP ने पहली बार 1 जुलाई को छाप दिया। ये जून में भी पता चल चुका था कि ब्राजील कोवैक्सीन नहीं ले रहा है, मगर जब OCCRP ने छापा तब जाके राहुल गांधी ने इस पे प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया। अर्थात OCCRP डिक्टेट्स एंड राहुल गांधी फॉलोज।
And once again, the Congress staged a protest march just ahead of the Parliament session. In fact, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who were seen carrying red-coloured constitution books outside, in fact, at the Parliament complex. The Congress leaders, LOP Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra as well, who accompanied her brother as the duo led the Congress protest march in the Parliament complex. So despite the snub to the Congress by the Samajwadi Party and the TMC, who did not take part in that protest march in the parliament, saying there are other issues to be taken up other than the Adani matter, it's Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who are seen leading a protest march at the parliament complex. They are seen holding red constitution books, something which has been a flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress. The BJP having alleged that the Congress leader is building a coalition of anarchists with the red-coloured copy of the constitution that Rahul Gandhi is seen carrying, not just in the parliament but even in election campaign rallies. All right, so once again you see Rahul Gandhi who's staging a protest, snubbed of course by TMC and the Samajwadi Party. It's Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who's seen leading this protest just ahead of the session. So while Adani issue is something which has led to gaps between the Indie partners, the Congress raking up the constitution debate again with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra who are seen carrying red constitution books. Let's go across to Riyanka. She's joining us live from the Widget Chalk. Riyanka, first up, if you can talk to us about that Soros angle which has surfaced. The BJP making a very pointed charge that there is a foreign hand involved when it comes to parliament disruptions over the last few days.
Oh yes, well the BJP has made these scathing revelations against the Congress party, saying at this point in time that there has been a link from a third party, a foreign entity that is playing a pivotal role in the disruptions of the parliament, which the Congress is taking a helping hand from. The BJP is also, on the other hand, very clearly mentioning that the Soros angle coming up with how the fact that before the parliament, how there are several allegations against, people and businessmen in India. And at this point in time, we know how the Congress party is staging a protest. It was yesterday as well when the Congress had come out with a protest regarding the Adani indictment issue. And this has been the focus point of the Congress party, especially the entire Indie bloc, in order to corner the parliament and halt the functioning of the House smoothly. They want discussions on the Adani indictment issue today, Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi can be seen holding the red book of the constitution and raising slogans against the same. And they've also asked for the Prime Minister's presence in the Parliament regarding the discussions on the Adani issue. So yes, this currently is going on, becoming one of the major issues in terms of the stalling of the Parliament, something that we have seen for 2 weeks now of the winter session, that there have been no proper business that has been conducted. In fact, the Lok Sabha also there being adjourned at exactly for a 12 noon with just 5 minutes of its the beginning. So we can see that there is no smooth functioning of the House, and the proceedings are being marred by protests.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for the moment. We will keep coming back to you. The visuals on your screens of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, who's seen carrying constitution books. So snubbed over Adani matter by the Samajwadi Party and the TMC, the Congress now attempting to rake up the constitution debate in the Parliament. Take a look at this report.
So the protests have started, and we see Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi here holding the constitution book, and also both Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Rahul Gandhi are wearing masks, and they are clearly stating that how Adani issue is the foremost issue and they want the discussion to happen in the Parliament. But right now all the opposition leaders, in which TMC and Samajwadi Party is not there, they are marching towards the statue of Baba Sahib Ambedkar, marching towards the statue of Baba Sahib Ambedkar, and they are clearly stating that the constitutional right is not being provided to all the opposition parties, and the discussion on Adani is not happening. So right now, these are the visuals. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, as they wanted this issue to take up. Mass could be seen. Yesterday they did a parikrama, but today they are marching.
Congress MP Manikam Tagore has filed a formal complaint with the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla against Sambit Patra, accusing him of making objectionable statements. The complaint comes in wake of recent remarks by Sambit Patra. BRS leader Kaushik Reddy was arrested for allegedly threatening and obstructing a police officer. The BRS leader was taken into custody after a complaint from Banjara Hills Police Station Inspector. Reddy and his supporters are accused of unlawfully assembling, obstructing public duties and criminal intimidation. Security has been beefed up in the Sambhal district of UP, where violence broke out last month. This is keeping in view the Babri Masjid demolition day. The Sambhal administration said it will put posters of those involved in November 24th violence, while estimating the arson and vandalism damage to be worth more than 1 crore rupees. Security forces have arrested 2 terror associates and recovered arms and ammunition, including 2 AK-47 rifles in Kashmir's Kulgam. As per the police, the accused were acting on directions of a Pakistan handler, Hamza Bhai, and were planning to carry out terror activities in the valley. India and China held talks in Delhi to review lessons learnt from the recent Eastern Ladakh military standoff and to prevent future confrontations along their contested border. The discussions focused on preparations for the upcoming Special Representatives Dialogue on the boundary issue. Let's now put out newsbreak that is coming in from Hyderabad, where the police is likely to serve notice to actor Allu Arjun and his team after a woman lost her life at Sandhya Theatre during Pushpa 2 premiere. So one person who lost her life and 2 others sustained serious injuries in a stampede-like situation that was seen outside the Sandhya Theatre in Hyderabad. It's said that the death toll has now risen to 2. While a complaint against Allu Arjun has been filed by the Hyderabad police. So these were the scenes on Wednesday when people assembled in large numbers for the premiere of Pushpa 2 movie. A surprise visit by Allu Arjun, which led to a stampede-like situation. 2 people who we understand have lost their lives, and 3 others who sustained serious injuries. Let's try and see if Aneri is with us, but these were the scenes, the chaotic scenes that were witnessed on Thursday early morning when a stampede-like situation was seen. Let's go across to Aneri. She's joining us live right now. Aneri, we understand that a notice is likely to be issued to Allu Arjun, but talk to us what really led to such chaotic scenes in the first place. The surprise visit of Allu Arjun being one, and how the theatre managed to control the situation despite prior notice that the actor was to visit the theatre.
Samiksha, what we are seeing is that now the police officials have registered a case. Basically, yesterday night there was a case which was registered against the actor Allu Arjun, Allu Arjun's management, and also on the Sandhya Theatre management. Well, the police officials have also stated that they did not have prior information about the arrival of actor Allu Arjun at the theatre during the premiere show of Pushpa 2. Well, on Wednesday night, there was a premiere show and thousands of people had gathered there. But now what we are seeing is that 3 people fell unconscious. They fell ill there, out of which one woman named Revati lost her life because there was huge crowd there. By the time she was taken to the hospital, the doctors had said that she was dead. And also her son is undergoing treatment at the hospital. But now what we are being told through our police sources is that the police officials are likely that they would be serving notice to actor Allu Arjun and also on the theatre management for not informing the police officials. And also Allu Arjun's team management would also be served notice, is what the police officials are saying. But this will be gradually when there will be investigation which will be taken up further. And based on that, the police officials will be
Aneri, requesting you to...
Mr. Tiruchi Shiva, Mr. Tiruchi Shiva, Mr. Tiruchi Shiva.
Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman, sir. Sir, you are the custodian of the house, sir. Sir, we repose everything to you only. You have made an observation. We are all silent, sir. A minister is provoking their members to get up and shout, sir. It's totally unfair, sir. Totally unfair. No, I saw that. I saw that. I saw that. Totally unfair, sir. Why should they disrupt the house unnecessarily? Why should they disrupt the house?
Sir, zero. Sir, please, zero. Sir, you have this is the upper house, and it is highly regarded, and every word spoken and every action we do here are well recorded, documented, and people watch it. And you had in the very initial stage, you have observed correctly that as per the routine protocol checked, the anti-sabotage team check the seats just to wind up the proceedings and the house. During that procedure, the so-called the note was found. And the seat numbers were deciphered, and the members also signed that day. You have mentioned it. But I don't understand why there should be objection that the chair should not take the name of the member. When? No, but then... Chairman has rightly pointed out the seat number and the member who occupies that particular seat number. What is wrong in that? Why there should be objection? And moreover, when the members have agitated, there is a reason. You can't just put the blame on the members who has a concern. Don't you think that while we are going towards a digital India, carrying a bundle of notes in the house is appropriate? Definitely this is not appropriate. We don't carry note bundles in the house. You don't need to pay that much of money if it was a genuine note. So that is why it is a serious matter, and I fully agree with the observation of the Honorable Chairman that there must be serious investigation, and the concern raised by the Honorable members are also very genuine.
I think, Honorable members, the step taken at my end was minimal. It does not cast that I have transgressed. It was my duty to bring to your notice.
You told it is under investigation. Without investigating, how can you say a particular man or particular seat? How can
You are casting aspersion on the chair. I have said, honorable members, I have said it was recovered from a seat allotted to someone. Why target me every time? Targeting the chairman is the least easy. Honorable Leader of the House.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, ये जो घटना घटी है, ये घटना बहुत ही असाधारण घटना है और बहुत ही सीरियस नेचर की घटना है। यह घटना पक्ष और विपक्ष में विभाजित होने के लिए नहीं है, ये सदन की गरिमा पर एक चोट है और सदन के कर्तृत्व पर एक तरीके से प्रश्नवाचक चिन्ह है। मुझे आप पर और आपकी रूलिंग पर पूरा भरोसा है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन डिटेल में होगा और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा। लेकिन प्रजातंत्र में कभी कुछ बातें अपने पक्ष में आती हैं, कुछ अपने विपक्ष में आती हैं। किसी पर आप तीव्रता दिखाओ और किसी मुद्दे को आप मिट्टी डालो, यह ठीक नहीं है। हमारे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, मैं उनसे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि वो कहेंगे कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो, अच्छे तरीके से हो और सर मैं भी लॉयर हूं, आई एम ऑल्सो लॉयर। माननीय, आज 0 आवर की बड़ी चिंता हो रही है, बड़ी चिंता हो रही है। सर, गुड सेंस शुड प्रिवेल ऑन द ऑपोजिशन ऑलवेज। हमेशा उनको सुबुद्धि आए और 0 आवर चले। लेकिन मैं लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन के वक्तव्य में कहीं इन्वेस्टिगेशन को प्रीएम्प्ट करने की कोशिश तो नहीं चल रही है, इसको भी ध्यान में रखने की जरूरत है। और इसलिए विथ हेल्दी माइंड and with healthy spirit we should take it and the investigation should continue और डिटेल आना चाहिए। साथ ही साथ इस घटना को कंडेम सभी लोगों को करना चाहिए, इधर के पक्ष को भी, उधर के पक्ष को भी। धन्यवाद।
Yes. But before, 1 second. But before leader of the opposition speaks, you have said I have named someone. Let me invite your attention that from this chair, I am scrupulous that nobody is hurt. What I said was, apparently, a wad of currency notes was recovered by the security officer from seat number 20222, presently allotted to Sri Abhishek Manu Singhvi, elected from state. I don't cast any aspersion on anyone.
चलने दिया था? तब भी तो इन्वेस्टिगेट हो रहा था, तब कितने दिन हाउस ने चलने दिया था? चलने देंगे? मान्य सदस्यों ने, नेताओं ने तय करना चाहिए कि 0 आवर हम सबकी संपत्ति है, तो आगे से हर बार 0 आवर में ये संतुष्ट करें कि कभी डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे। क्वेश्चन आवर उतना ही जरूरी है, लेजिस्लेटिव बिजनेस गवर्नमेंट का उतना ही जरूरी है।
Final word from the leader of the house. Leader of the house, final word so that I proceed further.
हाउस शुरू करें। सभापति जी, आज जब इतना गुड सेंस प्रिवेल कर रहा है विपक्ष के ऊपर, तो हम सबको सर्वसम्मति से प्रस्ताव पारित करना चाहिए कि लेजिस्लेटिव बिजनेस को कभी डिस्टर्ब न किया जाए और जनरल तरीके से हाउस की प्रोसीडिंग चले और 0 आवर और क्वेश्चन आवर निश्चित रूप से चले।
थैंक यू। Honorable members,
वो तो दूध का धुला है और बिना बात का दूसरों के ऊपर आरोप लगाने में एक्सपर्टीज है। हाउस ने, लीडर ऑफ द हाउस ने जो अपील किया है, हम लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन खड़गे जी को भी बहुत इज्जत देते हैं, उम्र से भी, उनके एक्सपीरियंस को भी, फिर भी उन्होंने लीडर ऑफ द हाउस को भी मिस्टर नड्डा करके ऐसे एड्रेस करते हैं, अभी भी रिकॉर्ड में भी। और एक इज्जत हाउस के अंदर में एक दूसरे का इज्जत बरकरार रहना ये बहुत अनिवार्य है। और लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन खुद, अभी सर आप रिकॉर्ड चेक कर लीजिए, आज जो वक्तव्य दिए हैं लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन ने, ये देखो सदन चलेगा तो परंपरा और इज्जत के साथ, ऐसा नहीं होता है। इसमें लीडर ऑफ द हाउस ने जो लास्ट में अपील किया है, हमारे पार्टी की ओर से हम लोग सदन चलाना चाहते हैं, पीसफुली चलाना चाहते हैं, लेकिन
Honorable members, I have received one notice under Rule 267.
सर मेरा इतना कहना है, जो लास्ट अपील किया उसको फॉर्मली अगर LOP साहब बता सकते हैं कि आगे आप छोटे छोटे विषय को यहाँ मुद्दा उठा करके हाउस डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे, आपका तरफ से भी अननेसेसरी मुद्दा उठा के हाउस डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे, आप भी कमिटमेंट देना पड़ेगा। और फेक नैरेटिव यहाँ आप खड़ा नहीं करेंगे, उसका भी आप वादा करना पड़ेगा।
नॉन इश्यू को लेके
Honorable members, I have received one notice under Rule 267 seeking discussion on the problem of farmers. I do not find the same in order and therefore I am unable to agree to that. Matters with permission 0 hour. Shri A.D. Singh, nothing will go on record. Shri A.D. Singh, demand to grant more visas to technical experts from China.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Private sector enterprises from footwear and textile to engineering and electronics in India have purchased huge machinery from China but are unable to use them productively without the help of Chinese technicians. The machinery is lying idle and export orders remain unfulfilled. The Secretary Department for Promotion of Industries and Internal Trade has...
Meanwhile, Rajya Sabha BJP MPs have teared into the opposition, taking serious cognizance of cash recovery. Piyush Goyal, JP Nadda and Rijiju have rained fire, saying today cash was found, tomorrow something else will be found. They've expressed shock on the same, several reactions on it. Listen in.
बड़ा गंभीर विषय है, क्योंकि आज तो वैट ऑफ करेंसी नोट मिले हैं, कल पता नहीं उस तरफ क्या क्या और चीजें मिल सकती हैं। और हम कई सेशन के ऊपर सेशन पे देखते जा रहे हैं कैसे फेक नैरेटिव और फेक न्यूज और फेक आरोप के ऊपर विपक्ष के नेता, सदन के विपक्ष के नेता और इनके सभी ये अनैतिक गठबंधन के नेताओं ने बार बार ना सदन को चलने दिया, देश में लोगों को गुमराह करने की कोशिश की और विदेशी ताकतों के ऊपर ये अपने पूरे नैरेटिव को बनाते हैं। विदेशी रिपोर्टों के ऊपर ये बार बार सदन की गतिविधियों को खराब करते हैं, चलने नहीं देते। मैं समझता हूँ ये बड़ा गंभीर विषय है कि इसमें भी कोई साजिश तो नहीं है विपक्ष की, जिससे आगे चल के ये फेक नैरेटिव को और आगे बढ़ाए। उसके लिए क्या गिव एंड टेक होता है, ये सब चीजों के ऊपर लोगों ने चिंता करनी पड़ेगी। आज जो माननीय लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन ने कहा है, मैं समझता हूँ फिर इसको एक रूल बनाया जाए सदन में कि कोई भी विषय जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रहा हो, कोई भी विषय जिसके ऊपर गंभीरता से कानूनी प्रक्रिया हो रही हो, क्या विपक्ष ये आज सदन को और देश को कहना चाहता है कि आगे से ये सदन को ठीक से चलने देंगे और कभी भी ऐसे फेक नैरेटिव के ऊपर कभी भी ये सदन को डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेंगे और फेक नैरेटिव के ऊपर ये विदेशी ताकतों के ऊपर कभी अपना विश्वास नहीं जताएंगे।
Chairman has rightly pointed out the seat number and the member who occupies that particular seat number. What is wrong in that? Why there should be objection? And moreover, when the members have agitated, there is a reason. You can't just put the blame on the members who has a concern. Don't you think that while we are going towards a digital India, carrying a bundle of notes in the house is appropriate? Definitely this is not appropriate. We don't carry note bundles in the house. You don't need to pay that much of money if it was a genuine note. So that is why it is a serious matter, and I fully agree with the observation of the Honourable Chairman that there must be serious investigation, and the concern raised by the Honourable members are also very genuine.
ये जो घटना घटी है, ये घटना बहुत ही असाधारण घटना है और बहुत ही सीरियस नेचर की घटना है। यह घटना पक्ष और विपक्ष में विभाजित होने के लिए नहीं है, ये सदन की गरिमा पर एक चोट है और सदन के कर्तृत्व पर एक तरीके से प्रश्नवाचक चिन्ह है। मुझे आप पर और आपकी रूलिंग पर पूरा भरोसा है कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन डिटेल में होगा और दूध का दूध पानी का पानी होगा। लेकिन प्रजातंत्र में कभी कुछ बातें अपने पक्ष में आती हैं, कुछ अपने विपक्ष में आती हैं। किसी पर आप तीव्रता दिखाओ और किसी मुद्दे को आप मिट्टी डालो, यह ठीक नहीं है। हमारे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, मैं उनसे एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि वो कहेंगे कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो, अच्छे तरीके से हो।
Meanwhile, Abhishek Manu Singhvi has rejected all these allegations by saying that he only carries a 500 rupee note to the Rajya Sabha. Mallikarjun Kharge, who has come to his defense, saying that unless and until the investigation is complete, there should be no name that should be taken. While Dhankar did say that this certainly is violated on an everyday basis in the parliament. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who stands completely cornered at this point, says that he has no connection with that wad of cash and he only carries a 500 rupee note in his pocket. Listen in. All right, we will play out that response in a short while from now, but this is primarily as the investigation is underway following the recovery of wad of cash. Chairman Jagdeep Dhankar, who had informed the House that during the anti-sabotage check of the chamber, following the adjournment of the House yesterday, that is on the 5th of December, a wad of cash that was found on the seat of member Abhishek Manu Singhvi, and an investigation is underway. The announcement caused an uproar in the House. Mallikarjun Kharge, who said that unless and until the investigation is complete and authenticity is established, no member should be named in this matter. Meanwhile, Dhankar has also said that he cannot even confirm whether those currency notes are genuine or fake. But the BJP coming down heavily on the opposition. Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has rejected these allegations, he said that in no way does that wad of cash have any connection with him. He also went on to say that he had reached the Rajya Sabha at 12:57 p.m. Remember, there is a register that confirms his presence in the House because he had signed on it. And to this controversy, he has responded saying that he only carries a 500 rupee note in his pocket. Let's cut across to more reactions coming in from the BJP on this.
देखिए, ऐसा होता है कि जब हम बैठे रहते हैं, एक दिन मेरा मोबाइल छूट गया था, तो मैं चला गया घर तक, तो भाग के आया तो फिर मेरा मोबाइल रखा हुआ था। अब किसी का नोट छूट गया, इतने बड़े बड़े गड्डियां छूट गईं, तो ये बड़ा सवाल है कि जहां देश पूरा ईमानदारी की तरफ जा रहा है, ब्लैक मनी को विदाई दे रहा है, ये कांग्रेस नेताओं के बैठने की जगह हो या कांग्रेस नेताओं का घर चेक हो जाए। नोटों की गड्डियां ही गड्डियां मिलती हैं। अभी थोड़े दिन पहले झारखंड में एक नेता के घर में 300-400 करोड़ खत्म ही नहीं हो रहा था, कितना मशीन बुलानी पड़ गई नापने के लिए। तो राज्यसभा के अंदर एक कांग्रेस नेता के बैठने की जगह नोटों की गड्डियों का मिलना बहुत सारे सवाल खड़े करता है, और मैं समझता हूं ये एक प्रकार से जो संवैधानिक व्यवस्था है ना, उसको भी अपमानित कर रहा है। अभी माननीय उपराष्ट्रपति महोदय ने, जो सभापति महोदय ने, उन्होंने जांच की बात कही है, हमें जांच का इंतजार करना चाहिए। मगर ये करप्शन के पैसे कहां-कहां दिख रहे हैं कांग्रेस नेताओं के पास, ये मैं भी हैरान हूं, जो सुनेगा वो भी हैरान होगा।
And shifting focus to Karnataka, where Bangalore Electricity Supply Company has now proposed a revision of power tax for the next 3 years. They've asked the Karnataka Electricity Regulatory Commission to raise 67 paisa per unit for the year 2025-26, 74 paise per unit for 2026-27, and 91 paise per unit for the year 2027-28. There was a similar proposal that was sent for 24-25 too, but the proposal that has not been accepted so far. The tariff hike, if implemented, is expected to affect only those who are not availing the free electricity scheme. Once again, talk of the town, where the common man is having to pay for the failure of the Karnataka government after it was imposing a fee on water. It is now the electricity tariff that they are all set to increase. This is a proposal that has been made for the year 2025, 26 and 27, where primarily it has been proposed that 67 paisa per unit be raised in 2025-26, 75 paisa per unit in 2026-27, and 91 paise per unit in the year 2027-28. Let me cut across to Smita, joining us from the Kannada newsroom. To take us through these latest details, Smita, this is abysmal failure on the part of the Karnataka government, and really one after the other. When they are supposed to be easing the burden on people, they are instead going on taxing them and raising the fee one after the other. Yesterday we were speaking about water facing a similar result, and now even electricity tariff that is set to rise.
This traffic hike is supposed to be that now this traffic hike is supposed to be for only those who are not availing the Griha Jyoti scheme, that is a free 200 units of electricity to those who have enrolled to this scheme, which is one amongst the 5 guarantees promised by the Congress government. This is the major factor which we have to focus on. Those who are availing the Griha Jyoti scheme will not be charged extra fare, but those who have not enrolled are proposed to have a the price hike hit. So now it is not only for the 1 year, but the department has given the proposal for 3 years, consecutive 3 years price hike. And again, it is clearly expected that the opposition party will take up this issue also, as you are also rightly mentioning. Yesterday it was the water bill, and today it's the electricity bill. What more? We have already, we are already seeing the diesel and the petrol charges being hiked, and also the paperwork which is undergone by the government departments are witnessing the price hike, and daily essential commodities are witnessing the price hike. Now it's again the electricity charges which has got the proposal for the price hike for that to 3 years. So there is a silent wave underneath in the public domain also, questioning the Congress party's agenda, which was in the opposition and was blaming the then BJP government for the price hike, and after coming to the power, the Congress is repeating the same. So people are also started questioning the price hike, the series of price hike by the government down here in Karnataka, led by the Congress, and the opposition are also expected to take up the issue against the ruling party, that is Congress.
And if there is a failing in the security agencies, that must also be completely exposed. दोस्तों, मुझे करीब 5-7 मिनट पहले किसी ने ये बताया, मैं तो अचंभित हूँ। मैंने कभी न सुना, इसके बारे में मुझे कोई ज्ञान नहीं। रोचक बात यह है कि कल 12:47 पे 12:57 दोपहर में मैं हाउस के अंदर आया और 1 बजे हाउस राइज कर गया। अपना अटेंडेंस मार्क करके मैं अंदर घुसा और 3 मिनट बाद हाउस राइज कर गया। 1 से 1:30 तक मैंने मिस्टर अयोध्या प्रसाद के साथ लंच लिया संगम कैंटीन में, और 1:30 बजे मैं वापस सुप्रीम कोर्ट आ गया, क्योंकि कोई महत्वपूर्ण मामला था 2 बजे। मेरा पूरा कल का हाउस के अंदर बैठक 3 मिनट की थी। मुझे तो ये इतना हास्यास्पद लगता है, अगर ये गंभीर नहीं होता तो हास्यास्पद होता कि शायद हर मेंबरान की हर सीट पे एक एनक्लोजर बनना चाहिए कांच का, जिसके अंदर लॉक एंड की हो, तो जो मेंबर अंदर बैठे तो उसको खोल के बैठे। नहीं तो आजकल तो सीट भी खतरनाक हो गई है बैठने की। हाँ, निश्चित रूप से इसकी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। अगर कोई सुरक्षा की गफलत है तो उसको देखना चाहिए, लेकिन ये गंभीर भी है, हास्यास्पद भी है कि इसमें राजनीति खेली जाए किसी रूप में।
यानी सर आप डिसोन कर रहे हैं, वो आपका कुछ लेना देना नहीं उन पैसों से?
अभी तक मैंने क्या बोला?
You can start.
I am ready. I am quite astonished to even hear about it about 5 minutes ago. I never heard of it. I reached the inside of the house yesterday at 12:57 p.m. In the afternoon. The house rose at 1 p.m. 3 or 4 minutes after I entered the house. From 1 to 1:30 I sat with Mr. Ayodhya Prasad in the canteen in Sangam and had lunch. At 1:30 I left Parliament. So my total stay in the house yesterday was 3 minutes, and my stay in the canteen was 30 minutes. I find it bizarre that even on such issues politics is raised. course, there must be an inquiry as to how people can come and put anything anywhere in any seat. It means that each of us must have a seat where the seat itself can be locked and the key can be carried home by the Member of Parliament. Because everybody can then do things on the seat and make allegations about this. This is, if it was not tragic and serious, it would be comic. I think everybody should cooperate in getting to the bottom of this. And if there is a failing in the security agencies, that must also be completely exposed. दोस्तों, मुझे करीब 5-7 मिनट पहले किसी ने ये बताया. मैं तो अचंभित हूँ. मैंने कभी न सुना, इसके बारे में मुझे कोई ज्ञान नहीं. रोचक बात यह है कि कल 12:47 पे 12:57 दोपहर में मैं हाउस के अंदर आया और 1 बजे हाउस राइज कर गया. अपना अटेंडेंस मार्क करके मैं अंदर घुसा, उसके 3 मिनट बाद हाउस राइज कर गया. 1 से 1:30 तक मैंने मिस्टर अयोध्या प्रसाद के साथ लंच लिया संगम कैंटीन में और 1:30 बजे मैं वापस सुप्रीम कोर्ट आ गया क्योंकि कोई महत्वपूर्ण मामला था. 2 बजे मेरा पूरा कल का हाउस के अंदर बैठक 3 मिनट की थी. मुझे तो ये इतना हास्यास्पद लगता है, अगर ये गंभीर नहीं होता तो हास्यास्पद होता कि शायद हर मेंबरान की हर सीट पे एक एनक्लोजर बनना चाहिए कांच का, जिसके अंदर लॉक एंड की हो. तो जब मेंबर अंदर बैठे तो उसको खोल के बैठे. नहीं तो आजकल तो सीट भी खतरनाक हो गई है बैठने की. हाँ, निश्चित रूप से इसकी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए. अगर कोई सुरक्षा की गफलत है तो उसको देखना चाहिए. लेकिन ये गंभीर भी है, हास्यास्पद भी है कि इसमें राजनीति खेली जाए किसी रूप में.
यानी सर आप डिसोन कर रहे हैं, वो आपका कुछ लेना देना नहीं उन पैसों से?
अभी तक मैंने क्या बोला?
All right, so that is the first statement coming in from Mallikarjun Kharge, who has refuted all these allegations that have been leveled against him. Remember, an investigation is underway. For the moment, I want to cut across to my colleague Riyanka, who's tracking the story very closely. Riyanka, here is Abhishek Manu Singhvi putting out that statement. He's not just refuted all those claims, he's also gone on to say that he only keeps a 500 rupee note in his pocket. And he has raised questions over the security system inside the parliament.
Oh yes, that was the first word from Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has in fact said that rather he has distanced himself from the allegations that have been made against him, and he's clearly mentioned that he was in the parliament yesterday just for 3 minutes. Other than that, he had spent a few minutes in the canteen in the parliament as well. But if we look at these claims made by Rajya Sabha chairperson Jagdeep Dhankar about the fact that bundles of cash were found at seat 222 that has been allocated to Abhishek Manu Singhvi, and a probe has been ordered on the same regard. This is something which is concerning and may put the Congress in one corner. But Abhishek Manu Singhvi there expressing his shock in this case and also calling for the fact that there should be proper security measures in the parliament. Viewers, do stay tuned. We will come right back after this short break. Our rolling coverage from the parliament will continue.
The second test match of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy series, the pink ball test match, will be played at the Adelaide Oval from the 6th of December 2024. India, after defeating Australia by 295 runs in the first test that was played in Perth, are 1-0 up in the series. India are the defending champions of the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy and have also defeated Australia 4 consecutive times. India defeated Australia in 2018 and 2020, and they'd want to replicate the same this time around too. When India travelled to Australia for the Baroda Gavaskar Trophy this time, nobody had given them any chance of winning the series. India were coming off a 3-0 home series loss against New Zealand, and Australia were deemed to be the clear favourites. In Rohit Sharma's absence, Jasprit Bumrah led the team from the front and tamed the Australian batters with this stellar bowling performance. Bumrah picked 8 wickets in the first test and led India to an iconic victory in Perth. Jasprit Bumrah seems to have gotten into the heads of the Australians, and rightly so. After all the happenings in the Perth test, no Australian batter seems to have any answers to Bumrah's bowling. Bumrah's performances also invited comparisons from the former Australian pacer Glenn McGrath. Former Australian skipper Ricky Ponting, while speaking on the ICC review, hailed Jasprit Bumrah as the greatest pacer across formats. Ponting also shared his point of view on Bumrah versus McGrath debate and who, according to him, is more effective. Ponting reckoned that, according to him, Bumrah is India's greatest fast bowler. The former Australian skipper also said that many Indian greats before him didn't play all 3 formats as much as he has. According to Ponting, Curtly Ambrose was the same, Glenn McGrath was the same, and like any of the great fast bowlers, they used to make scoring difficult. Adelaide and pink ball test match are 2 words which are enough to haunt the Indian fans. Last time, when India played in Adelaide, the Australians bundled them out for 36 odd runs, which is still fresh in the memory of the Indian cricket team fans. India eventually went on to win that series and made a remarkable comeback, but Australia have never lost a match.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Samisha Srivastava. Let's get started first up with the top headlines this hour.
Number 1, I am not aware. You can't make out from the look currency notes whether they are fake or not.
Chaos in Rajya Sabha after chairman says words of cash found on Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi's bench during anti-sabotage check.
This matter, and I fully agree with the observation of the Honourable Chairman that there must be serious investigation, and the concern raised by the Honourable members are also very genuine.
BJP escalates matter. Dhankar says probe ordered into notes of 500 denomination found on Congress MP's bench.
गंभीर विषय है क्योंकि आज तो वैट ऑफ करेंसी नोट मिले, कल पता नहीं उस तरफ क्या क्या और चीजें मिल सकती है, और हम कई सेक्शन के ऊपर सेक्शन पे देखते जा रहे हैं कैसे फेक नैरेटिव और फेक न्यूज और फेक आरोप के ऊपर विपक्ष के नेता, सदन के विपक्ष के नेता और इनके सभी
BJP escalates attack, demand thorough probe into charges against the Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi responds to charges, says carries only 500 denominations to the parliament. As Mahayuti 2.0 takes shape, focus now shifts to Maha cabinet allocation. Key talks to be held today. And Bangladesh descends into complete anarchy. UNIS orders removal of Mujibur Rahman's images from currency notes in the country. And the big story that we're tracking this afternoon is the showdown in the parliament after a wad of currency notes was found under Congress MP Abhishek Manu Singhvi's Rajya Sabha seat that has sparked a fresh controversy and invited a parliament probe as well. Addressing members during the ongoing parliament winter session, Rajya Sabha chairman and vice president Jagdeep Dhankar said that during the routine anti-sabotage check of the chamber after the adjournment of the house yesterday, currency notes that were recovered by the security officials from seat number 222, which is presently allocated to Abhishek Manu Singhvi. First up, listen in to that statement that came in from Jagdeep Dhankar, who said that a probe has been ordered into the notes that were recovered from the chair of the Congress MP.
Members, it was my duty and I am obliged to inform the House. And information is imparted for a very simple reason, that this is a routine anti-sabotage check which takes place. When it was brought to my notice, I thought someone would come to reclaim it. Since nothing happened since this morning, we are number one, I am not aware. You can't make out from the look currency notes whether they are fake or not. Apparently denomination is 500 rupees. Word appears to be physically of 100 notes. But all these are subject to serious investigation. And I am sure no one should be opposed to an investigation because